you ever explain to anyone about Mr.
Objection,
Martinez
Your Honor,
saying
that would be hearsay.
He's right here.
Explaining outside the court, it would be relevance and objection.
Sustained.
All right. Now, District Attorney Love asked you on your direct examination why you didn't go to the police on the morning of January 11, 2015, when you dropped off Mr. Copeland at the City of Atlanta Police Department homicide. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware that the police called Mr. Copeland that night, and then Mr. Copeland went down to see the police, right?
Yes.
Did the police call you and tell you that you were the prime suspect?
No.
Objection to the compound question.
Overruled.
No.
You were asked questions about the music company or business YSL, direct deposits. You remember that, working for them?
Yes.
Working for Mr. Williams. You remember all those questions?
Yes.
All right. Do you personally know, do you personally observe, does that music business have lawyers working for them? If you know. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Do they have accountants?
Yes, I think they have accountants, though. I know that.
How about managers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to managers.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions also about what you explained to the jury, that anybody can claim YSL. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
There was no beating in, there was no initiation fee. Remember those type of issues?
No. Never have. That you never have to get beat in or however.
Somebody could just say, I'm with YSL.
Right.
By doing that, does that mean that they're with the record company
Oh.
YSL?
Objection, vague. By doing that, I don't know what the,
Overruled.
Now, you mentioned yesterday meeting with Jeffrey and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and yourself and Mr. Donovan Thomas and others, I'm not excluding others, shortly before, God forbid, Mr. Thomas was, days before he was killed on January 10, 2015 at TI Studios. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Is TI the performer TI that you're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know his real name?
Something Harris. That's all I know. I know his last name Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
And is he a phenomenal, well-known, accomplished artist?
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about the definition of snitching. Do you remember that?
I don't remember asking me that.
All right. Do you remember saying in the video 447Y snitching, and I'm not going to say, but BIT blank 8?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury what snitching means.
To me, my definition of snitching is another person lying on another person.
Now, on from December 28, 2022, I'm using that date because that's the date that you were released from custody on this case.
Thank you.
That's the date of your guilty plea, okay?
Yes.
All the way through today, but including Sunday, June 9th, 2024, when you met at the Fayetteville Starbucks,
Yes.
the district attorney and your lawyer and the investigator. Did anybody go over with you what's been gone over with you in court, the plea agreement?
No.
You told the jury that Jeffrey idolized or idolizes Lil Wayne or Mr. Dwayne Carter. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Did you ever hear, are you familiar with Lil Wayne's work? His music, his interview?
Yeah, I'm familiar with his music.
Have you ever heard him use the word slime, the term slime?
Yes.
Was that before you ever heard anyone say it, or was it after?
I don't heard it said before, but he's like one of the first artists I heard say.
He being who?
Wine, the wine.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right, Ms. Weinstein, you had brief cross.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm Diamante Kendrick's attorney.
Yes,
May I approach you and show you something?
yes.
Thank you. I'd like you to just take a look at this video. Do you recognize the action that was performed by that player in that video?
Yes, Tyrone here.
Hang on,
Testimony
don't say
about
anything
it.
about it yet.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, just do you recognize that
Yes,
player?
yes,
Do you recognize the action that he performed?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm moving to admit Kendrick 1.
I object on the basis of relevance and foundation, and if we need to approach so that Mr. Weinstein can show the court
All
what
right,
it
well,
is.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so
Okay.
I don't think we haven't given out our.
I need to step out. Okay.
sustain on the foundation, but you can see if you can lay further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, I have a few more questions about that video that I showed you.
Yes,
Have you seen that video of that player before?
I know who the player are.
Have you seen him doing this particular thing? Have you seen that clip before that I showed you?
I don't recall seeing the clip, but I just seen it when you just showed it to me.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
I didn't watch Miami game yesterday.
Okay. I'll move on.
All right.
I'm going to show you something else, all right?
Yes,
May I approach?
You may.
You see this photograph?
yes,
Have you seen that photograph before?
no, not to the day.
Okay. And I will not be asking you questions about that photograph.
Right.
December 28th, 2022, going back to that date, where did you wake up in the morning?
At Fulton County Jail,
And where did you wake up on January 1st, 2023, New Year's Day?
and at home.
At your home,
Yes,
in your own bed.
yes,
And you signed that plea deal that we've already talked about.
yes,
And you initialed all those statements that were made in there, right?
yes,
And you would have initialed anything to get out of jail on that day, correct?
yes.
If they would have asked you if you could say that YSL did
Objection
not kill
calls for
Tupac,
speculation.
What's the question?
if they had asked you,
Objection
If
to
you-
if they had asked you, just nothing else beyond that, Your Honor, because it's speculation.
Sustained.
but again, you signed and initialed all of that, and you would have signed and initialed anything to
Objection.
get out of Rice Street,
Sustained.
correct?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
No more questions.
All right. I think nobody else had cross. Is that right? Is that still the case? Okay. All right. Is there redirect?
There is, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Sledge, you were asked quite a few things by Mr. Steele on Friday regarding what was and what was not asked of you at the time that you entered your plea agreement with the state. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Your Honor, just
Yes.
to satisfy the rule of completeness, the state tenders States Exhibit 444Y, the entire plea agreement, or States 1AS, which was admitted for a different purpose at a
All
different
right.
time.
Any objection? Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to further commentary unless we need to approach. I'm tendering the exhibit.
I understand. He's not commenting. He's stating what his objection is because I asked him to. I think we might need to approach to resolve it, though. let's get Mr. Sledge back, please.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, on cross-examination just now, I believe it was by Mr. Weinstein. Forgive me, it was by someone else, over the plea agreement with you between
What's the need?
all right. Over that document that you signed on December 28th, 2022 with you at the June 2024, I believe it was, meeting between you, your attorney, Investigator Lancico, and me in Fayette County. Did Mr. Steele ask you that?
I think that was the question was.
And was your answer no?
Yeah,
No,
cause no, yes,
Okay. At that point, had the document already been signed in its entirety? Had you already signed everything you needed
oh
to
yes,
sign?
yes,
On cross-examination last week, you were asked about hiring an attorney for the purposes of this case. And let me actually back up and ask you this. You were asked a few questions about what was going on at the time that you signed this plea agreement on December 28th, 2022. Do you recall that?
yes,
All right. Do you recall being in a courtroom here in Fulton County on the date that you signed that plea agreement on December 28th, 2022?
I don't think I was in the courtroom. I think I was in the tank in the back when I signed.
Okay. Were you in a courtroom when you acknowledged under oath that everything that you signed was true?
Yes,
Did Mr. Steele, Mr. Shart, or any of your friends' attorneys ask you on cross-examination?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell the jury that you loved Mr. Stillwell, you loved Shannon?
yes,
Did you tell the jury that you loved Defendant Williams?
yes,
And Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Shart and Mr. Williams, they represent people that you love, correct?
yes,
All right. So on cross-examination by lawyers for one of the people that you love in this courtroom, were you asked about your conditions prior to signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
could you repeat that?
Yes. On cross-examination last week, do you recall being asked about conditions you endured before signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Yes,
Do you recall being asked if you felt pressure to sign that plea agreement?
Yes, I think so.
Do you recall being asked whether you felt intimidated to sign that plea agreement?
I don't recall that one.
I'll ask you, were you intimidated by the state into signing that plea agreement?
Was I intimidated?
Were you intimidated?
I wouldn't say I was intimidated. I was basically like, I just feel like it was forced on me at the time. I wasn't intimidated by it.
It was forced on you. We're going to come back to that word force, okay?
Yeah.
Do you recall on direct examination when I was asking you questions, do you recall you first mentioning something about the fact that your mom, unfortunately, had become ill? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall telling me not to speak on her?
I said I didn't want to talk about her.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about her multiple times?
Yes.
Did you have any problem with him talking about her?
No, because me and my lawyer had discussed, don't even get frustrated about it.
So is your testimony that you didn't mind Mr. Steele talking about it because you had a conversation with your lawyer about that?
Yes, he just told me to stay focused and
Okay. All right.
even with you, he just say stay focused and answer the questions.
And tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. When you say you felt forced, would you please tell the jury who it was that forced you to sign, or who you felt forced you, if anyone in particular, to sign anything on December 28, 2022?
I'd say the state, because when I addressed it and tried to change situations, they wouldn't change them. So,
And it's still your testimony. Is it still your testimony that there were things that you wanted changed that you did not get changed? Is that still your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
could you repeat it?
Is it still your testimony that there were things you wanted changed in this plea agreement that you did not get changed?
Judge. Your Honor, could I talk to my lawyer right fast?
You may.
But no, I don't want to. Could I?
All right, let's just take a recess. I know we just broke, but if anybody needs to use the restroom, you can go ahead and do that. And can somebody let me know when he's back from talking to his lawyer? Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Appreciate it. It's never any fun.
I'll do it for you, counsel.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes.
During the time that you spoke with your attorney, is your attorney the only person that you spoke with?
Yes.
All right. Did you speak with any member of the state this weekend?
This weekend?
Yes.
No.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney this weekend?
Ma'am didn't talk, but
Okay. All right. So did you testify on cross-examination last week that there were portions of the plea agreement that you signed that you asked the state to change, but that the state refused to change?
no, what I said, yes, but they changed certain things, but it still was things that I had problem with. From my awareness, once if you call me to the stand, that I would be able to explain the things that they didn't change.
Do you recall when I first asked you questions on direct about the April 2015 drive-by shooting that you,
April 15th.
the April 28th, 2015 drive-by shooting? Do you recall when I asked you about that on direct?
Yes.
Do you recall you told me you did that in your best interest?
Could you repeat that? You lost me right now.
Do you remember saying that was in my best interest when I asked you if you pled guilty to the shooting on April 28, 2015?
Yes.
And do you remember saying that I did that because it was in my best interest multiple times? Do you remember saying that?
You said that I took the plea in my best interest?
My question is, do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Mm.
Mr. Sledge,
Okay.
do you remember us talking about your 2015, April 28, 2015 shooting and that subsequent plea last week? You and me, not anybody else, while you've been on the stand.
You said the 28th drive-by shoot?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. And do you remember I asked you whether you pled guilty to that? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you told the jury, do you remember telling the jury, well, I did it in my best interest? And
Yes.
this is not a trick question, I promise you.
Yes.
All right. And do you remember you said that more than once? I did that in my best interest.
Yeah, I remember that part.
you familiar with what is known as an Alford plea?
No, I don't really know what an alpha plea really mean. I just was saying that I pleaded guilty in my best interest.
And when you say that you pleaded guilty in your best interest, what do you understand that to mean as opposed to just flat out pleading guilty?
Could you repeat it?
I can.
Cause that was kind of tricky.
Okay. So if you enter just a regular old guilty plea and someone asks you, did you plead guilty? Would it be unusual for you to just say yes? I pled guilty?
Anything I plead guilty to, I feel like it's in my best interest to plead guilty to.
That plea that you entered in 2017, there was a special designation to it though, right? It was an Alford plea, wasn't it?
I didn't know it was an alpha plea.
When you entered the plea that you entered on December the 28th, 2022, did you recognize the prosecutor asking you questions as the same one talking to you here right now, me?
Yes.
All right. And did you recognize the prosecutor at the table with me as the same one I have my left hand on now, Miss Hilton?
She wasn't in the courtroom when you did the plea. She went somewhere.
Okay. All right. So if we see the video, but we see Miss Hilton's lovely face, you'll recognize Miss Hilton as having been in the courtroom?
I don't remember seeing me here too.
That's fair enough. Do you remember seeing a judge who looked a little different than the one on the stand now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing your attorney, Mr. Wright, there sitting with you?
Yes.
Right. Is that the same attorney that you had in 2015?
I don't think I got arrested in 2015, but if I would, he would have been the one to do the case.
Did you testify on direct examination that Mr. Wright has been your attorney for 15 years?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury when Mr. Wright first started representing you in criminal matters?
I want to say like 08, 09, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone that you trust?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone whose advice and counsel you take seriously?
I don't remember saying it like that. You put it in that word.
Would you just tell the jury right now then how it is you feel about the lawyer who's represented you for the last 15 years?
He been great.
Overruled.
He been great to me.
Okay. And he was in the room with you when you entered the plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes.
All right. Is this the first time you've had to testify at a criminal trial?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Do you understand that you are now in a witness box testifying in a criminal trial under oath?
This is my first time knowing that I was a witness to testify up on the oath.
All right. So this is the first time that you've testified in a criminal trial. Is that fair to say?
I ain't gonna say it's probably not my first time, but me knowing that I was gonna be called as a witness, yeah, this is my first time.
All right. Do you remember being asked on cross-examination by either Mr. Sharp or Mr. Steele? I believe it was Mr. Sharp, your friend Shannon's lawyer. Whether you...
Overruled. I think she's just trying to get clear who it is. But we don't need the commentary.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you know who represents your friend Shannon?
Yes, I've been sitting in the courtroom like everyone else.
Which person do you recognize as representing defendant Stillwell?
Mr. Short.
All right. So do you remember Mr. Sharp asking you if on December 28th, 2022, you found yourself between a rock and a hard place?
Yes.
All right. And what did you answer to him regarding December 28th, 2022?
What did I say?
Yeah, what was your answer to that
I
question?
said yes.
And would you tell the jury what the rock was and what the hard place was?
The rock was the situation I was in, and the hard place where my mother was sick,
And when you say the situation you were in?
incarcerated.
Okay.
And
All right. And hopefully, is your mom doing,
no, she deceased.
I'm sorry. So did your being in Fulton County Jail have any bearing on your decision to enter that plea that you entered on December 28, 2022?
Being in Fulton County Jail and away from my mother.
All right. Which one had the biggest bearing?
Being away from my mother.
All right. So being in Fulton County Jail wasn't a big factor in your entering that plea?
Objection, mischaracterizes. his
I'm asking a
testimony.
question.
I couldn't hear them both at the same time, so.
I'll rephrase.
All right, she's going to rephrase.
Mr. Sledge, was being confined in the Fulton County Jail a large factor in your deciding to enter a guilty plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes, it was, but my mother was bigger.
Okay. All right. Is there any reason why during the plea colloquy that the jury heard on Friday, that was played, or Monday, last Friday actually, that was played at the end of the state's direct, is there any reason, or rather let me ask you, did you ever hold up your hand and tell the court you wanted to make some clarifications?
No, I would have directed it to my lawyer, and whatever you did, but what I wanted, you wouldn't do. You didn't do everything I wanted, which I state.
You were asked by Mr. Steele, your friend, Mr. Williams' attorney, whether or not the state ever sat down and met with you. Do you remember being asked whether the state ever sat down before the June meeting and before you entered that plea agreement and met with you? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Did the state ever sit down and meet with you?
No.
Did you ever agree to sit down and meet with the state?
I can't agree if the state don't come to me and ask me.
Do you, or has your attorney, or do you have any understanding that the state can't come to you except through your attorney?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you ever have an understanding that the state wanted to talk to you before you signed the plea agreement on December 28, 2022?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask your attorney for an opportunity to speak with the state?
No, I ain't never asked him to speak to the state.
Why not?
I don't know. I can't tell you that else. I never asked him to speak with you because that's his job. That ain't my job. That's why I hired him.
Was there anything about the state that made you feel you couldn't speak with the state if you wanted to?
No, but if they would have came to me and asked me to speak with them, with that plea agreement was on there, I would have told them the same thing I told him when I took it. Like, that ain't right.
Now, when we speak about the state, is your understanding that that means only the district attorney's office? Or do you consider the state the police as well?
I just thought all y'all work together. I don't know. They put you in jail, you put you in jail if you have to. So I don't know. Y'all both doing y'all job, I guess.
And so when police spoke with you back in 2015, did you consider them the state as well?
I don't know. I think y'all work in two different departments.
You're right.
Because I don't see the state on the street locking people up. The police, I do.
Okay. So when you spoke with the police back in 2015, did you tell the police any of those things that you told your friend, Defendant Williams' attorney, and your friend, Defendant Stillwell's attorney, when they asked you questions on cross? Did you tell the police any of that stuff?
I don't think they asked me nothing like that. I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. You said the police?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that what Mr. Steele asked me.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you recall the police asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Yes.
How much information did you give the police about that drive-by shooting?
I told the police it wasn't true.
Okay. Now, okay, so, and when I asked you on direct examination about that drive-by shooting, what did you tell me about that drive-by shooting?
I don't recall. You can refresh my memory.
Do you recall me asking you what you did before that shooting?
I don't recall me, though.
Do you recall me asking you how did that shooting happen?
Yes.
I can show you. I can
Go
respond.
ahead. Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Do you recall me asking you what led to that shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling me on the stand, or actually telling the jury, because it's not me. Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you on direct that you just went to pick up Mr. Garlington from the club, or that Mr. Garlington had gotten jumped on?
I think I told you I went back and got him from the club. That's what I told you.
And do you recall telling the jury when I asked you questions that you didn't see anybody who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
I told you I didn't know anyone that jumped on Mr. Garlington. The same thing I told them on cross. I didn't know exactly who it was that jumped on.
Did you tell the jury on direct with questioning by me that you didn't see the faces of anyone who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And did you tell the jury that you didn't see the faces of anyone that you may have interacted with during that time?
Yes, sir.
May I
Yes.
respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Steele cross-examined the witness on this very topic. I believe that it is necessary to orient the witness to the questions I asked before I get into the questions that I want to ask him about what he told Mr. Steele, number one. So it's not a 403 waste of time in any way. And I believe that he made a second objection I'd like to respond to, but I can't remember what it was. It was kind of long. And leading, Your Honor, suggests an answer, and it does not consist of questions that simply require a yes or no response.
Overruled. I'll give you a little leeway, but go ahead and get to what you actually want to get to.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you never saw a shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you just dropped off Demekion and Quindarius and you went on your merry way?
I don't think I said I went on my merry way.
You didn't use merry. That's my words.
Okay, but I remember
just
exactly
went
what
on.
you said. I ain't saying I went on and directly left the scene, but I didn't actually witness them shooting the gun. That's what I said.
Is it your testimony today that on direct examination, you did not tell the jury that you dropped off Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington and left and don't know what they did after you left?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you about another house getting shot up on Drew Drive after the house on Adele getting shot up?
I don't know in what article. I don't know the addresses.
Do you recall me asking you about whether you saw or participated in any other house getting shot up other than the house off MLK on Adele Drive? Do you recall me asking you that?
I don't recall.
So do you not recall as well telling me that you didn't see any house get shot up?
I don't recall me telling you that I seen a house get shot. I don't recall.
Now, what I just heard you say is, I don't recall
Me telling you that.
You don't recall you telling me what, sir?
I just don't recall, Ms. Lowe. I don't recall.
What is it that you don't recall? I'm sorry, I need the jury to know.
I don't recall.
What don't you recall?
I don't recall. I don't recall. You've been pressuring me so much, it's like, I don't even be remembering a lot of stuff you saying.
Is it that you don't recall telling the jury you did not see any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay, today, do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
What I'm saying, I didn't see. I'm not saying that I didn't know no shooting was gonna happen, but what I'm saying is I didn't like personally witness the house that you saying that Quindarius Zachary and Garlington shot up. I didn't witness that.
I appreciate that clarification. That's not my question. I'm asking you today to tell this jury whether you recall today seeing any houses, since it's me talking to you, whether you recall any houses getting shot up. Do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015? No.
Overruled. So he just told you about the one house. So are you asking about any others?
Yes,
All
I
right,
am.
so ask it that way.
Yeah, you got to tell me directly what house you talking about, cause when he cross-examined me,
That's not what she's asking. She's
Oh, okay.
asking any other houses besides that one.
well, I didn't know I don't know the people that was shooting at the other house.
Okay. All right. Did you see any houses getting shot up? Forget the address. I don't really care what address. Did you see any
And
houses getting shot up on April 28th?
I just don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay, well, that's not for you to decide. So
Okay,
unless
but
there's an
I'm
objection
saying,
that's sustained, you go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah,
You did see some houses getting shot up?
not houses. Now you putting more than one. It was one house that I probably seen.
Okay. Tell the jury what house you probably seen get shot up April 28, 2015.
I think it was Lexi. I don't even think it was a house. It was an apartment if
Tell
I'm
the
not
jury.
mistaken.
Tell the jury what apartment you saw. You
I
probably
don't
got-
know the name of the apartment.
What can you tell the jury about the apartment?
Where I was dropping Quindary, Miss Zachary off at. That's the one I could tell you about.
So, on Friday, when you talked about dropping off Demekion and Quindarius, weren't you dropping them? Were you dropping them off at the house off MLK on Adale Drive, or was there a different address you were dropping them off at?
I was drunk, Miss Love. I don't remember which one it was.
Did your memory come back while you were being asked the same question by Mr. Steele?
No,
Do you remember telling Mr. Steele a whole bunch of stuff about?
I don't think Mr. Steele was the one cross-examining me on that.
Who do you believe was cross-examining you?
I think it was Mr. Short, not Mr. Steele.
Okay. Let's go with that for a moment. Do you remember telling Mr. Sharp then details about houses that you saw getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I didn't go here.
Your Honor, I object. I object
Okay, well, can't object to the objection.
to the speaking portion.
Okay. All right. So he just, I think she's asked him, if you need to approach, let's approach.
I mean, I don't mind either way.
Your Honor, the court
Let me
heard.
look at,
What is the court?
let's, come on here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Sledge, please tell the jury what you remember today, everything you remember happening with respect to April 28th, 2015, from the time you picked up Mr. Garlington.
Well, love, I've been here 4 days, just found out how many hours. I can't remember all that stuff, so I don't recall.
She's not asking you now what you remember testifying to. She's just asking you what you remember about that night.
I don't recall.
When did your memory about it leave you?
I can't answer that question for you, but
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Did you remember it when you were asked questions by Mr. Sharp? Mr. Sledge, please answer the question.
I don't recall.
You do not recall whether you remembered April 28th when you were asked question by Mr. Sharp?
I don't recall.
All right. When you were entering the plea agreement that you entered on December 28th, 2022, did you ever stop and ask the judge or tell the judge you wanted to clarify anything?
No, because I thought my lawyer had already did that.
And when you heard the state read out factual acknowledgments and ask you if they were true and correct, did you ever indicate part of them are true, but part of them are not?
I didn't think I could speak that in court.
Why did you think you could not speak it in court?
Because I ain't thinking like I could just burst out and say that while the judge reading, or while you was reading out, because the judge didn't read it out. I ain't think I can do that. That was never explained to me.
Between December 28th, 2022 and last week, did someone tell you you could burst out while the state was reading something?
No.
Interrupt?
No.
So last week when I was asking you questions and you told the judge I gave you a headache and made your blood pressure go up, you felt comfortable enough? Did you feel comfortable enough to do that?
Because I'm on the stand trying to explain. When you sit back there, you ain't explaining, but when you sitting on this side, you call me here to tell my truth and my understanding, and that's what I'm giving you. I can't give you nothing else. I'm only giving you my truth.
Okay. And so when you were sitting at the table next to your lawyer, did you feel more or less comfortable about giving your truth?
I don't recall.
Do you want to answer the question?
I just answered.
No, I'm asking you, do you want to answer?
I want to answer any question that you got for me, but if I don't remember, I don't remember.
And so what is it that you don't recall about being at the table with your lawyer?
I just don't recall, my love. I ain't trying to give you a hard time. But it looked like you trying to give me a hard time.
All right. Mr. Sledge, would you tell the jury as between when you were in court on December 28th, 2022, and when you have been in court for the last 4 days, if there is anything different about parties in the courtroom that you can point out?
No.
So everyone here in the courtroom was in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022.
When did you say?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, it goes to changes.
Okay, overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Were each of the people now in the courtroom today were,
Hang on. Yes. All right, so for the record, that objection is overruled. Let's get the witness back. Oh, Octavia. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury who is in the courtroom with you today that was not in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
Could you repeat it?
Can you rephrase that? Because that's going to be a whole lot of people. Just get to the point that you want to ask.
Yes. You already said I was here. Was there a court reporter here in the courtroom? Not this one, but a court reporter?
I think so.
Were there deputies?
I think so.
Were there DA investigators?
I think, yes.
Obviously, you said your lawyer was here.
Yes.
All right. Was your friend Shannon here?
If you're trying to get to the point.
Mr. Sledge, I'm not trying to get to anything, and I really do need you to just answer the question.
Listen.
So if you could please, Your Honor, if the court would instruct the witness to answer the question,
Listen to the question and answer the question.
And then
that's
you can
asked,
explain.
And then you may explain it.
I would ask
Thank
that
you.
he be allowed to complete his answer.
and Your Honor, since his answer was not responsive,
His answer was not responsive.
I'd ask that you
Re-ask the question.
Was your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was your friend, Defendant Williams, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was your friend, Defendant Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Williams, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here
Objection.
in court with you on December? He
I'm
objected.
saying,
I'll
why
wait.
you
Hold
running
on,
from-
Mr.
Hang on.
Relevance to whether I was in attendance at the time he took his plea.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28,
But-
2022? You can answer first, and I will let you explain, but I need you to answer
No.
yes or no.
But could you stop yelling at me like I'm your child or something? I'm not your child.
You are not.
You talking aggressive to me. You don't intimidate me. All them guys over here. So if you would have came to me and asked me that, I'd have told you the same thing. What if they was in my face or not in my face? I'm not scared of them or you.
I don't want you to be.
Well, that's what you acting like it. That's what you
Okay.
acting like you trying to pay.
So do you want me to bring my voice down? And I apologize
Don't
if it
holler at
sounds
me.
like
I
I'm
ain't your
yelling.
child. Could I take a break? Y'all in the car.
No, we've had so many breaks this
Yeah,
morning. We
'cause
really need to get through this.
All right. So, Mr. Sledge, was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today
No.
was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
Get to your point. No.
That is my point.
Your point is
Okay.
pointless.
Was the lawyer for Mr. Huey Quay in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for Quamarvius Nichols in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for Little Rod in court with you on December 28, 2022? I did.
I don't know if that's been asked and answered or not.
It was not.
Okay, well, go ahead if you say it was.
Was the lawyer for
No.
Little Rod?
No.
On cross-examination, defendant Stillwell's attorney, Mr. Sharp, asked you about Shell Kel and Antrevia. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
All right. When did you lose recollection of what happened 3 days ago?
I don't recall.
Are all of your answers to every question I ask from now on going to be, I don't recall?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't recall.
And what caused you to lose your memory?
You put so much pressure on my brain, I don't forgot everything. I can't remember all this stuff that been asked to me for the last 4 days. It's like, it's confusing. So I'm not, like you said, I completed the 9th grade. I'm not that intelligent to be remembering all this stuff that you keep asking me. My brain just everywhere. I might need to go see somebody after this court time.
Mr. Sledge, did you have any problem at all understanding the questions asked to you about Brian Steele?
I don't recall.
All right. Did you lose your memory at any point with Mr. Steele?
He wasn't pressuring me like you. He was helping me. He was explaining to me, breaking down. But it seemed like
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm going to respond to that.
Objection.
Mr.
The witness should be allowed to answer the question.
Were you finished with your answer?
no, she cut me off.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I said, Mr. Steele was explaining to me he wasn't pressuring me, but every time it seems like I'm getting up and with you, I'm giving you my truth, and you still trying to pressure me to say something you want me to say when I'm giving you the truth that I know.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that there's a difference between the way that a prosecutor can ask you questions and the way that a defense attorney can ask you questions?
No,
Do you understand that I cannot lead you when I'm asking you questions?
it's,
Sustained.
Okay. When you say that there's a difference between the way that Mr. Steele asks you questions and the way that I ask you questions, would you help me understand what that difference is so that I can ask you questions in a way that does not frustrate you?
Oh, well, I mean, he kind of has told you.
she ain't said it. She said you overruled.
Ask your next question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So will you help me break things down a little bit so that I'm not frustrating you, okay?
You already have.
I understand.
I don't even.
Can we rewind?
No.
All right. When you were asked about Antrevia, was Shell Kel the person you said who had also started a relationship with Antrevia after you?
I don't recall.
What is confrontational about that question?
I just don't recall.
Why don't you recall?
Because you pressured me. I don't recall. You heard my brain.
All right, so let's take an early lunch, and you can calm down in the meantime, hopefully, and then we will come back. Let's see, it's almost 11:15. Let's come back at 12:30.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything anybody needs to put on the record before we break for lunch? And I sure do. I didn't think about the fact that the trays may or may not be here yet, but they'll be here.
They're not here
in enough time.
Your Honor, may we
So-
be permitted to remain at the table during lunch, or does the court
You-
require that we leave?
What now?
May we remain at the table during lunch, or does the court require that we leave?
No, you can stay here if you want to.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on our lunch recess. We'll see everybody back at 12:30.
area. This was where the seating was before COVID, and then after COVID, we had to take that away. Back in the corner here, that's Starbucks, and then off to the side here is the deli. So this is that eating area, and then in the corner would be where the emergency exit door is.
And on the bottom side of the screen, the white-haired woman, this is how you saw her going down. It looks like in this still frame, she's still in the process of falling, about to hit the ground.
Yeah, she, as you can see, she looked like she was tackled or pushed or something as she is falling. So she fell really hard.
You mentioned you were concerned that she had been shot, but you didn't hear a shot at that time when she went down. Were you still hearing gunshots as you were going in and out with the people that you're getting out of the bathroom and the storage unit? Are there still shots taking place?
Yes.
Could you tell at that point where the shots were coming from?
At that point, they definitely moved from the west side to the far east side, over by where the pharmacy and the east side entrance was and all that. The specific location I could not.
But you could tell they were inside the store.
At that point, yes.
Is that different than when you first heard shots?
Yeah.
Where were the shots when you first heard them?
They didn't sound like they were coming from the west side. They just sounded like they were just coming somewhere near me, and I couldn't pinpoint exactly where. I just knew that they were outside. I just wasn't sure where exactly in the parking lot or near the store, or if they had came into the store from another point of entrance.
So you hear shots. It sounds like more to the west side, outside, west of the store, outside.
Yes.
And then at some point when the shots are inside, they sound like they're more to the east.
Yes.
So after the elderly woman goes down in People's 21, tell us what we're seeing at the very bottom of People's Exhibit 22.
That would be me right here in the white gray hoodie. That is my arm, and then that would be Ree right here with my arm around her. I believe at this point I'm just telling her, like, you're okay, everything's gonna be okay, we're getting out, we're gonna be okay, and I'm just trying to comfort her because I can hear her crying and just being overwhelmed.
So she's crying. Anything else about her demeanor that you could tell us?
I could tell that she was hurt. Like I said, she fell hard. Our floors at the time are all concrete. So there's no soft padding. There's nothing bracing or breaking her fall at all. So she's just unconsolable, I feel, at this time.
How could you tell she was hurt?
She was holding her arm at that point. And so I could tell that the arm that I wasn't holding on to, she was holding close to her. Like if she hurt her shoulder or her elbow or something, I couldn't tell what specifically, but she was physically nursing her arm.
And at some point, did she start to, let me back up. You said when you initially started to get her up, it was like she didn't have breath in her.
Yes.
Like the wind had been knocked out of her?
Yes.
At what point did it seem that she started to be able to breathe again?
Honestly, I'm not sure. It could have been before I handed her off. It could have been after I handed her off. She didn't seem well at all.
Okay. But you thought you observed her to be like crying somewhat or in a place of distress.
Yes.
And that was up to the point where you handed her off to somebody else.
Yes.
Moving to People's Exhibit 23, tell us what this photograph shows.
That is me, right there in the foreground, and then in the front, that is Ree. And then this would be the exit door that I've mentioned before, getting people out through.
So this is right before you get her out of the building.
Yes.
And you referred to her as Ree. Did you later learn who this elderly woman was?
Yes, I learned her first name was Ree. And that's just what we've known each other by. She calls me Chris and I call her Ree. And that's just how our relationship has blossomed over the years.
At some point, you guys had contact after this when she was able to realize who you were?
Yes, she, I believe, got a hold of the victim's advocate And they were able to get a hold of me, and then we were able to meet for breakfast and continue our, relationship.
You get Rhea, you get her out of the building. You go back into the building again.
Yes.
Describe what happened when you went back in again.
A bit of panic over myself of kind of not knowing what's going on. It was in that decision of like, why am I in here? But also wanting to make sure people were okay, wanting to not leave anybody behind. And I didn't want to leave anybody in there. So I went back in to double check, to look for people and to just do one last look.
Where did you go?
I started looking around the deli. I started kind of just looking around produce, and that's when I noticed another associate who worked in the meat department, Andy, kind of frozen / not getting out of the store in the meat department. So he's behind the meat counter, running back and forth, just kind of not even trying to escape. He's just overly panicked at this point.
I put People's Exhibit 2 back up. Can you show us where you saw Andy when you came back into the store?
Yes. So I came back and I was right about here, and then through produce. So that bakery, meat department would be right here. This is bakery. So I saw Andy right around here in the meat department.
Can you describe with any more detail what he was doing?
He was like running back and forth between here and going into this area of the store, just either looking for a way out or a place to hide. He was on the phone. He was just panicking. He just didn't know what to do or where to go, which is reasonable.
What did you do when you saw Andy?
I then yelled, which probably wasn't the smartest thing, and then ran through produce to get to him, which is right about here.
Did you get to him?
Yes.
What happened at that point?
As I was on my way, this part I'm not quite sure of, but I thought I saw the suspect around here in bakery. We started talking as I'm trying to get him out and calm him down at the same time. And then another gunshot, which again, I'm not sure about, sounded like it ricocheted somewhere over here. And that's when we both ran through the coolers into the back room and then out through the trailer exit area where we found 2 more customers escaping as well.
Where were those 2 customers escaping?
They were on the outside back dock. There's a little metal dock area where we keep like store supplies just for the whole store. And they were trying to get down. There's like stairs right here next to this trailer area. There's stairs so people can get down and exit the building.
Can you describe what those folks look like?
It was a gentleman in his 20s, maybe 30s, and another elderly gentleman in his late 70s, I believe. He had a walker with him at the time.
Did you do anything to assist that gentleman?
Yes, I kind of grabbed his walker out of his hands, helped him down the stairs, and then I helped him to the other restaurants and stores that were in the over by Abo's Pizza and Snarf's, those clothing stores and stuff right over there.
Did you get Andy out of the store before you ran out of the store?
Yes and no. Andy, as I was helping the other customers, unfortunately ran into the one of the trailers that was hooked up to the dock at the time. And that's when I finally yelled at him, slammed on the trailer, and then he ran back out.
Okay. I want to back up to when you see Andy in the meat section and you're yelling at him. Does he run out of the building before you?
No, he follows me.
Okay. How many times did you go back into the building after getting people out?
I believe 4 times.
We could go to People's 24. Tell us what area this is and what we're seeing here.
This would be the meat department. I'm right here. I'm not sure where Andy is. I believe he's behind the pillar at the moment. but this is where the meat department, I saw Andy right about there, over on that side. And then that's when we went through this door after hearing the gunfire. So we went through that door, which is into the cooler, and then into the back freezer, and then out through the loading docks in the back.
You moved to the meat seafood section because you saw Andy kind of just frozen there.
Yes.
Is it possible that Andy exited before you got back there?
Possible, but I'm not quite sure. I don't believe he did.
Okay. Mr. Tatum, thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no questions for Mr. Tatum. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. You're excused and released from the subpoena. Thank you. You can leave those up there.
Oh.
We'll have Harold retrieve those and bring those.
Judge, the people would next call Paul Johnson.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roach, just do the-
Yes, sir, thanks.
Oh, yes.
Morning, Mr. Johnson. To make your way on up here and go to your left when you get to Mr. Kuffner, and just keep winding your way around to your left till you get to the witness stand there. Place that water down. I'm going to swear you in before you grab a seat.
Mhm.
Face me, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and please get close to that microphone so everyone can hear.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson, introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Paul Johnson. I'm a former employee of King Soopers.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's
Okay.
good. What do you do currently?
I'm a PhD student in mathematics.
What are you looking to do with your PhD in mathematics?
Research, hopefully, in infinite dimensional theory.
You've gone past me already. Infinite dimensional theory. Can you tell us what that is?
The related to the geometry of space-time and string theory, essentially, is looking at how if the universe is made of one-dimensional strings, how they collide and interact with each other geometrically.
Okay. Prior to starting your PhD program, what education did you have?
Undergraduate degree, I was a double major from Illinois, at Illinois Wesleyan University, double major math and physics.
How did you end up in Boulder?
After I graduated, I didn't know what I wanted to do with my degree. My partner was pursuing a master's in CU Boulder, so I moved to be with her.
And that was the time period where you were working at King Soopers?
Yeah, that was during the peak of the pandemic lockdowns, as there wasn't really other work in the private sector in physics and engineering that was hiring.
Essential services like grocery stores had
Yeah.
openings.
Yeah.
How long did you work for King Soopers?
Oh gosh. Around a year, I want to say. I started in August, July or August 20. The years are fuzzy, 2020. And then after the shooting, I was done.
Describe kind of your progression or what positions you held while you were at King Soopers during that year.
Sure. I started in as the service desk as a customer service person. So largely fielding questions people had about products or the store policy, money transfer type stuff. Occasionally work at the gas station. Eventually promoted to head clerk. It's kind of a front end manager type position.
Okay. Tell us about that front end manager position. What do they call it?
Head clerk.
Head clerk.
Yeah. So in charge of fielding, give customers of questions. Where is something? making sure everything is orderly, like the aisles are faced, employees are getting breaks on time is a prominent part of the job. Just knowing how to do everything on the front end of the store so that if anyone else has an issue, you can kind of step in and take care of it. Just keep things going smooth.
What does the aisles are faced mean?
Oh, that the all the products are like when you go to a store, the grocery store, and the products are like forward at the front of the aisles, and the labels facing you, and they're all kind of stacked. It's like people have to go through and reset that.
You pull it to the front of the shelf.
Yeah.
Okay. What were your duties on the date of the shooting?
Same thing, basically. It's again, you're kind of floating, doing whatever you need to do. If carts are out, you get carts. If people have issues with like a money transfer or with some kind of customer service thing that the desk can't handle, you're kind of the next level of escalation up. If there's any kind of medical emergency in the store, you can attend to that. So it's just kind of whatever you need to be doing. That day in particular, we were kind of on and off swamped. So it was like you go in and you open up another check stand and you just help check people out to smooth it out.
With respect to that day, do you remember what shift you were working?
Morning shift. So what is that? It's been a long time. It's like 8 in the morning to like 3:30, I believe. You open, I guess probably earlier, 7 to 3:30, but you open the store from the night crew, and then you get to leave before it's too late.
Talk about if there were other head clerks on duty that day.
Yes. I mean, there's a whole bunch of head clerks all day. I believe there were 3 of us at the time. I mean, there's different people who have the same job. Like, I forget the names of the positions, but some kind of like front end manager position that's not called head clerk, but does the same job essentially. So in terms of people who are doing what I was doing, there were maybe, I think, 3 of us on staff at the time. I believe there's one more person who had an even earlier shift who went home.
Who were the other people in that position doing the similar job that day?
Ricky Olds was one of those people. Julie, I can't think of her last name. And then I'm bad with names. I'm sorry. There was someone, I think Michael. He left, or I think he left around 1 though. I don't think he was there for the shooting.
Would it be Julie Keaton?
I think so. Yeah.
Were you or Ricky head clerks longer?
She was. I mean, she was not a head clerk. She had like a higher title. I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe her position was a slightly higher title technically. And she had worked at other stores before. So I was very new to it. I had only been doing it for a few months.
So Ricky would have been in a position where she was kind of above the head clerks or doing similar jobs?
Doing the same job, but just a higher title. Frankly, the distinction never really came up in terms of our duties.
Generally, what types of duties? You've mentioned some of them. What types of things were you responsible?
Money was a big one, all cash in the store and the registers, making sure that's transferred to the bank. And then when security people come by, like the armored truck, we give that over to them, count that. That's really the big one. I mean, again, largely I feel like it was managing employees, making sure people go on to breaks or when employees have issues. Or not employees, when customers have issues, is like when I was working customer service, if someone was trying to send money to another country and the system would break down, that would be my cue to call a head clerk over. So it's like, that is your, like the service desk handles like cigarette sales and sorts of things. But if there's like someone might have a fake ID, anytime there's like a discrepancy, is the head clerk is kind of like the next level up to handle those sorts of things. But yeah, one of the big ones was handling the money.
So you mentioned it had been kind of slow, busy.
Yeah, as always.
A little before the shooting, did you get one of those rushes where it got a little busier?
I feel like, yeah, something like that. I mean, it was kind of on off. Yeah.
At some point prior to the shooting, did you agree to bag so one of the other head clerks could open a
Yeah,
check stand?
that was right before it was me, Ricky, and Julie, and we were starting to see some people come in, and people needed to take breaks. Julie, I believe, needed to take her break. Like I said, clerks, we get breaks too, and they're a bit harder to schedule in when we're trying to get everyone else off. So we kind of we split up the work. Is that Julie opened a check stand, I was bagging for her, and then Ricky she did a thing we do periodically is collect all the money in the registers so that there's not that much in there. And that's kind of how we divided up the labor. And then that's what being a head clerk is it's like normally I don't bag stuff, but it's like, wow, there's nothing else to be doing. And this would speed stuff up so much.
So gets a little busier. Julie jumps on and opens the register and is checking. You're bagging for Julie.
Right.
You said Ricky's doing the money thing.
Yeah.
Describe what that entails.
You have like a little envelope and you just go register to register. And I think it's like a $200 limit, like when people pay with cash. Anything over that $200 limit, you want to get out of there in case there was a robbery or something. So you just start at one end and you walk to the other end and you put money into the envelope. It's not really super a pressing thing. It's like you kind of do it throughout the day.
So Ricky was moving from the west end, collecting the money from the registers to take it where?
To the behind the service desk, there's like a employee only room with a safe.
At some point, did an individual by the name of Denny Stong show up?
Yes.
Talk about when that happened.
Yes. So I'm going to be honest. Some of this is hard to recall. I mean, that was flashbacks. And so the details aren't as sharp as back then. But in my memory, that I was bagging. And again, bagging is one of those things that it can go slower if you're just kind of there to help speed the process up. So Denny would also be just kind of floating around sometimes, and we talk when it's slower. We all talk, and at one point, Ricky, Denny, and I were all just talking.
When you, Ricky, and Denny were talking, what was the discussion about?
I don't even remember. I think just maybe getting ready to leave for only a couple hours left. Like, what are you up to? This was directly before the shooting began.
Do you remember where you, Denny, and Ricky were at?
It would have been the check stand we were at where Julie was helping people. I believe it was check stand 11. It's on the, that's west, right? It would be on the right side. So I think that's to the west.
So further to the west.
Yeah.
Had Ricky left to go do the money before everything happened, or was she still with you in that conversation when everything started to happen?
I frankly can't. It's hard to remember. That is the hardest part of the whole thing to remember. In my memory, the shooting had started and we heard it muffled outside and we just weren't sure. We just were like, that's a weird noise. And, and it's when you hear a weird noise, you try to rationalize it. So I think our rationalization is there'd been some leaks in the roof. So we're like, I wonder if they're doing some kind of work on the roof or something, like maybe like a nail. I mean, it wasn't the right sound, but it's like you don't expect to hear. So in my memory, we heard the first shots outside and then assumed it was nothing. And then Ricky started moving away to collect money from further registers. And only then did I hear something happen inside the store. That's my memory. It could be wrong because again, it kind of tried to bury that.
Well, it was traumatic.
Yeah.
It was 3.5 years ago.
Yeah.
When you say we thought they were working on the roof, was that something that you and Denny had a exchange about? Or
Yeah. Like, I wonder what that could be. Like, I mean, I think that was my suggestion. But I mean, no, we didn't really know. We didn't really have time. It all happened kind of so fast.
So you hear these noises. You and Denny are like, they must be working on the roof. Some kind of an exchange. And then what's the next thing that happens?
You hear the shot inside the store, and it's immediate. What's going on? I don't know. It's something that loud, and it was just like an immediate sense of run, like get out of here. So I ran. Julie was running. I ran down the check stand to the back of the store. That someone had already gotten the shipping door open, thankfully, and there was just like a line of people. Ran out the shipping door. Ran under a truck. We like physically ran. There's a big truck there. We ran underneath it, and then just basically the rest of the day is running. Like there's not a sense of what's going on, and just that we need to keep getting away from here.
So when the shots inside the store started, you were still at the check stand?
Yeah.
Judge, permission to approach?
Yes, sir.
I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 29 for identification. Can you tell us what that is?
That's me. That's the check stand. I'm putting stuff in a bag. The black vest is the head clerk vest. That's how we were identified. The name tag. And yeah, and it looks like Julie's already gone or something. I know that, again, it's hard to get a sense. I mean, honestly, it's possible that the conversation, it's fuzzy. It's like it kind of is now starting to come back to me.
Okay.
Frankly, is I'm pretty sure that I stopped the conversation with Ricky and Denny after we heard the first loud sound outside, and they both started walking away in the eastward direction.
Okay.
And then I went back to bagging. That's I think it wasn't like Ricky started walking away and Denny and I were still talking as we finished talking with both of them. And sorry, that like it literally wasn't in my brain until now. And then I went back to bagging, and then
You, Ricky, and Denny were all together having a conversation when the first shots outside happened?
Yeah, but they were muffled, you couldn't really, it didn't immediately feel like it. I mean, I think in your head, it's like that's too loud to be other things, but you just don't expect a shooting to happen.
So you hear the sound, you have the conversation, Ricky and Denny walk to the east, and you go back to bagging?
Yeah, I think that's what happened, yeah.
And then would this People's Exhibit 29, would that be you around the time the shots inside started?
Yeah, that's what it looks like, at least.
Fair and accurate?
2:30:11, that sounds about right.
That's the timestamp on that photo?
Yeah.
Fair and accurate of you that day at the check stand?
Yeah.
Move to admit 29.
No objection.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
So you've largely described, you have, looks like your left hand in a bag, placing an item in the bag. The direction that you've turned and are looking, would that be towards the east entrance?
Yes.
Is that where you first heard the shots?
Yes.
The first,
No. I mean, from inside or outside the store?
great clarification. Let's start outside the store. Where did they appear to be?
I couldn't tell you. I think that's part of why it was harder to identify the sound. I mean, like I fired guns before, and this big metal store, the way that resonance changes the frequency of everything is like that was something when I first got hired. We had to do a shooting training, and pardon me, they tell you is like the shots will sound different inside a store, and it's incredibly true. I was not expecting how different. So from outside, I mean, in my memory, it sounded as if it was coming from the east, but again, I don't know how accurate that is. Once it was inside the store, it was incredibly clear where the sound came from, which was in that direction. It was like so loud. It was incredibly clear. But from outside, I feel like since the store was acting as some kind of large resonator, it's like hard to tell.
So when you say it was entirely clear they were coming from that direction, what direction do you mean once they were inside the store?
To the east, to the entrance by the service desk.
What is the item on the end that is not in a bag, the big item? Can you tell what that is?
I can't, it looks like it could be, yeah, I don't remember exactly what this is. It could be like a bag of, I don't know, charcoal or something. I'm not, frankly not. I don't remember what I was bagging.
Okay. So you had jumped ahead and you started to explain after you saw the shots. According to this, you turn, you look towards the east,
Mm-hmm.
and then what's the next thing you do?
In my memory, I immediately run straight to the back of the store. So in the direction of the computer, like if you look at where I am and you draw a line from my head to the computer down that aisle, just straight that direction, like as fast as I can. Like I think we were screaming, "Run!" me and Julie, and again, it was like I never saw really anything. It's the sound was like enough to communicate what was going on.
While you're running, do you hear additional shots?
Yeah, it's just bangs. I think so. I mean, again, it's like these are the parts that were at a time like preventing me from sleeping, and I've managed to make them a lot fuzzier as a defense mechanism. But in my memory, yeah, there are more shots.
And my apology for asking you to talk about things
Yeah.
you have tried very hard to forget.
Mm-hmm.
So you run direct route to the back of the store.
Mm-hmm.
What door do you go out?
There's a door there's like a whole area in the back of the store, which is like for stock, like extra stock and stuff. And people who do that kind of like produce people, there's like compost bins back there. There's a door to get there from the main store. There's like those like coolers in the back, and it's between, like the dairy cooler and then I think a cooler with like sour cream or something in there. There's a big door to get to the back, and then from there to my right, which I guess is to the west, there's a big like trucks pull in and a big like sliding door opens up to let the truck dock with the store, and one of those was docked, and there's a little like door to the right of it that like you take a right, and then to the right of that there's a door that just opens to the outside, and that was open. And from what I understand on the news,
we can't talk about things we learned on the news or things other people told you.
Okay.
What did you observe as you were going out that back door?
There's just lots of people. Like everyone was kind of running in that direction. It was incredibly frantic. I noticed like some like older people who are in the like mobile carts who are unable to move as fast. But those of us who were in the back, we were all like, it was just like a wave. You couldn't mentally stop yourself from moving. And as we went out, as people were just ducking under the truck to kind of keep running. And there was just a lot of confusion. I mean, there's a confusion and just a sense that we all have to get out of here.
About how many people did you see escaping in the back of the store?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like my estimate's going to be way off. In my mind, it's something like 30 people.
Okay.
But it's like in my memory though, it's like it was so heightened. It's just like you're part of this line of people. Like
Response. There's an objection.
It's fine. I can move on, Judge.
Sustained. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, this incident had a significant impact on you.
yeah.
Where did you go after you got outside?
I went, there's a hardware store in that parking lot. I kind of went, there's like a wall around it. I kind of went around that wall, and there's a bush, and there's another employee hiding in the bush, and I kind of dove in that bush, and we were both hiding for a while, just in like complete silence. Like it's a pretty big bush. And then we weren't really sure what to do or where to go. And then we saw some other people heading in that direction who had escaped the store, and they're just screaming, "Run, run." So again, in this like fight or flight, you don't know if they're just like still reacting to being in the store or if they're being chased or followed by something. But in our mind, it was like, keep running, like whatever's going on, we have to get further away. So we just kind of kept running. I can, bad with cardinal directions, I could draw a map of exactly the route I took. And away from, there's the store, there's the hardware store kind of running this way. And then ran across the street, which was, that street doesn't really, that street is, if you know that street, there's pretty crazy traffic there. And we just kind of risked it because we wanted to get out of there. And then just proceeded to continue to run to North Boulder. Just
When you say to North Boulder, what do you mean?
I need to see a map of Boulder. I could track out my path. But I mean, like we just ran like a very long distance. Maybe I'm wrong about where exactly I ended up because, again, I wasn't really thinking about cardinal directions. I just know it was like a very long distance.
Mr. Johnson, what impact did this incident have on you?
Sure. Well, I have PTSD. I got diagnosed. Dr. Robinson, following the event, gave me a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. And it was, for the first, I couldn't like go outside for a while. Like I had to be indoors. I mean, depends on how much detail you want. That's pretty clear in my mind. Like the first day, there was a sense of like, frankly, like intense like euphoria from realizing I didn't die. Like it was like an overwhelming feeling of like I should be dead, and also in the back of my head a knowledge of people I know are definitely dead and I don't know yet. So I need to enjoy the fact that I survived.
Non-responsive.
403.
Sustained.
Judge, as to the impact, I think this is responsive.
As to the narrative, if you could break it down, please.
Tell us how the PTSD manifested itself in the days after.
Sure. Nightmares, inability to go indoor. When I could go outside, I couldn't go indoors anywhere. Out of fear, I wasn't able to really step foot indoors for, I feel like, a few months. Other than a place I was going for like mental health.
Judge, I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson is the attempt murder victim in count 16.
Mr. Dunn or Ms. Harrell?
Judge, no cross-examination.
All right, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
And you're released from the subpoena.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Judge, I may need a minute to
Okay.
transition to the next witness. We're jumping a little bit.
That's fine. While she's doing that, do you want to grab the exhibit?
Yes, Judge, thank you. There's a people would call Mark Subin.
Morning, sir. If you'll make your way up here, please. You're going to go to your left, navigate your way towards this seat that's on my right. Straight around the front there. Thank you. Don't face me before you have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please have a seat. That microphone will adjust, and please get close to it so everyone can hear you.
Mr. Subin, when you're settled, can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Mark Subin, MARK SUBAN. I'm a FBI professional staff employee, and I'm assigned to Lab Division, which is at Quantico Marine Base, Virginia. And I'm assigned to the Operational Projects Unit.
The operational projects unit is something that's often referred to by the initials OPU.
Yes, sir.
So you're typically based out of Quantico in the lab. Describe what you do in your specific position.
Sure. I'm a scientific and professional photographer.
What does that mean?
Basically photograph crime scenes, making quality photographs for significant events such as crime scenes, agent-involved shootings, and we do site surveys for planning for emergency response.
Tell the jury how you first got started in the field of photography.
Sure. My photography career started in the U.S. Air Force, where I've been professionally trained in photography, videography, graphic design. I've also done multimedia and various other visual information related tasks.
How long were you in the Air Force?
I was in the Air Force 21 years. I retired.
And during that entire time, you were working and learning in the area of videography and photography?
Yes, also photojournalism, anything that was behind a camera or using a camera.
When you left the Air Force after 21 years, what did you do?
Yes, I worked at the Associated Press as a photo editor, where I monitored and reviewed thousands and thousands of pictures for AP News, using AP resources to make sure the stories and the photos matched.
And then from a work history standpoint, after working at AP, where did you go?
I was hired by Nikon, the camera company, where I provided professional support to photographers, education, created curriculum for consumers and professionals for Nikon School. And I made marketing materials and education materials for the products.
Did you, during the time you were at Nikon and since coming to the FBI in the lab, receive additional training?
Yes, after coming to the FBI, I've attended the evidence response team course, which is how to handle evidence and process it. I've also taken many other workshops and classes in multimedia to stay on top of the latest technology and software. And those include classes like at LinkedIn Learning.
Judge, I would move to have the court recognize Mr. Subin as an expert in photography and multimedia visual aids.
No voir dire, no objection.
All right, he will be qualified as an expert in those fields.
What's your proper title?
I'm a scientific and technical photographer.
That's long. I will just stay with Mr. Subin. I wanted to make sure that I shouldn't be calling you Agent Subin or something
No, I'm
like that.
not. I'm a professional staff employee.
Okay. How did you first become involved in this case?
I was provided, first I was deployed as the lab reconstruction shooting team. We work independent of the local FBI offices, which sends an ERT team to do the evidence collection. We deploy as a team to fully document the crime scene using advanced techniques.
So let's start with, you mentioned the local team, the ERT team. That's the evidence response team.
Yes.
What is their primary responsibility?
Their job is to collect evidence from the scene and fully document the scene and make sure that all collected items are properly logged, inventoried, and transported to secure facilities.
And those are local teams out of like the Denver office.
Yes.
With respect to the laboratory shooting reconstruction team or the LSRT that you were deployed as a part of, are they always deployed from Quantico where the lab is?
Yes.
Why is that?
All the resources for this type of operation are home based there, if you will. We have teams not only from my office, but we also have individuals who do the examination of trajectory. We also have individuals who travel for us, who keeps us safe and make sure that we can perform our jobs. And we work independently of the ERT team. The ERT team is there doing their job while we work in and around this group to collect the proper documentation for our purposes.
So you started to talk about some of the different positions, I think, on the LSRT, the lab shooting reconstruction team. With respect to that team, can you just run through like what types of people are the members of that team? Like what different roles are there on that team?
Sure, of course. I'm a photographer. We also have individuals who do 3D scanning. So they will come in and scan the scene. We do precision measurement. So if you've ever driven on the highway and you've seen the surveying equipment, so we use precision measurement tools to measure evidence in relationship to the space that the scene took place in. And we also have individuals who I work with to focus of a projectile or tool.
So this team that's doing the shooting reconstruction is really looking for any evidence of where projectiles pass through or very value to that determination.
Yes.
And then there are different parts of the team that are documenting the precise location of a hole or an impact, photographing the exact nature of that particular defect. Each team member is doing their own unique little part.
Yes.
And then at the end, the person working on the trajectory takes all of that information, including your photographs, the laser measurements and scans, and puts it all together to make determinations where they can with respect to the trajectory of rounds fired.
Yes.
You were on scene as part of that LSRT from March 23rd through March 29th, processing this crime scene.
Yes.
Why did it take almost a week for the team that you were on to process this scene?
Well, as you can imagine, this is a large location. So we work because the scene is quite large. We have to make sure that we are working not only in conjunction with the ERT team, but my method obviously takes time. 3D scanning takes time. Measurements take time. So it's a kind of a dance, if you will, an organized dance to make sure I'm not in somebody's scan, somebody's not in my.
Are you comfortable talking about the difference between the scans that I think you're referring to, like a laser scanner with Faro, and the 360 spherical photography?
Yes.
Okay. Explain those two things to the jury.
Sure. 3D scanning is basically a device that sits on a tripod and it scans the room. It scans in a 360 circle, and its intention is to, if you've ever seen video games or any movies, they do a 3D scanning of that to make a 3D model in the computer. So the data collected from a Faro scanner is a 3D scan of the environment that it's in, and then the computer later makes it into a digital mesh or a graphic that can be manipulated in the computer so you can freely move around from any point in time. The 360 photography, if you're familiar with Street View, you can drop a pin on a map and then you can click that pin and then you're suddenly in this location as a photo. But unlike a regular picture, the 360 photo allows you to move around freely so you can, look around. You can zoom in some cases. You can click another location and then you're transported virtually to that location and you can look around. Similar to a house tour if you're looking for a house online or doing a vacation trip. We create that type of content for major crime scenes.
And just to be clear, the first Faro scan that you talk about, that's not a picture driven. It's more of it's a laser measurement system where it's spinning and bouncing a laser off of everything in the room in order to create the image.
Yes.
So you were here working the scene as a photographer with the specialized unit for about a week. Did your involvement in this case end at that point?
No.
What were you asked to do after you returned back to your lab?
I was asked to review camera video from the store, body worn camera, and any other video, maybe from exterior of the building, and possibly put together a timeline, if you will, a visual reference that shows the activity over time on a map.
Long process, but kind of describe how it starts with all the video that was collected on scene from King Soopers and all the other sources. Where does it go first before it comes to you?
Before it comes to me, we have another unit who specializes in taking that data. These cameras that capture this video use a special format for security reasons, and then it's recorded on some type of device. We have an organization called Operational Technology Unit, or TD, division, I believe it is. They take that data and they take it off that device, and then they make it into a format that I can use for video editing. My format is different than what those cameras can create.
So they're trying to remove it from that proprietary software that you said is for security. Describe why they would use proprietary software in order to have surveillance video.
I'm not an expert in that area. I just know that it is taken off this device that I cannot use. The video format is not usable to me, so it has to be translated into a format that I can use to put together this story.
Okay. So they sift through in a different division all the video and convert it into a format that is then usable by you, not having to deal with the proprietary viewer.
Yes.
In this particular case, can you give us an estimate on the amount of video that you were provided after that first division went through it?
Sure. As you can imagine, it's a full day, so the video runs continuously. So the unit basically takes the video that was in the approximate, I guess, within the window of the scene, and then they take that data out and they provide that to me as converted files. So they basically take the, if you will.
Do you have
approximately 80 different clips, if you will.
And then throughout the process, as you continued to build your product out, did you learn that there was some video they didn't provide to you from that division, like the overhead HD of all of the check stands?
Yes.
And then you were provided that video at a later date to incorporate into your product?
Yes.
So we're talking about a significant amount of video that you were handed and asked to process.
Yes.
Tell the jury what the first thing you
Sure. I think we've all made videos on our phone. So you have a video on your phone that's from one point to another, we'll say 1 minute. This video that is captured on these devices in your convenience stores or gas stations have a motion detector on them. So if you can imagine, if you were to record all day video, that would be a tremendous amount of information. And so to minimize the amount of data that has to be recorded, because there's limited space for these videos to live on, if you will. These cameras have a motion detector on them, and these motion detectors basically change how often the camera takes a picture. So if there's no motion, there's less pictures. So there's no reason to take, 10 minutes of video if there's nothing happening in the video. So that video that time is compressed by taking less pictures. But when there's motion, if somebody or when I received the video, we'll just say 1 hour of video for me was really maybe 2 hours of video of content captured. So when there's no motion, the video runs fast, and you can tell by looking at the clock. Each video has a little timestamp on it. That timestamp runs fast when there's no motion. When there's motion, the timestamp runs 1 second for 1 second. So the issue is each camera with its own unique motion detector has a different speeds throughout the time. So if an aisle has nobody on it or a driveway has nobody on it, that video just runs faster. When there's something that's in the frame, then it runs real time. So what happens is that in 1 hour video, you have these chunks of time that change. The problem is if I try to line up all these videos from different cameras with this type of technology, then there's a time mismatch and it's really difficult to try to make a certain video align with another because the clocks run differently. So I had to put all the video in real time, meaning the videos that were running fast, I used the word stretch, but in the editing software, the video's still there, but it makes the clock run real time as opposed to running fast. So what I end up with, if I want an hour or 2 hours worth of video, I get 2 hours of video. I don't get 1 hour compressed or 2 hours compressed into 1 hour.
Now, just to be clear, when you're going through this process, you're not adding anything or taking anything out of the video.
No, I'm actually working from the source video. Video editing software is kind of magic in the fact that it looks at the original content, but you're not, I don't want to use the word manipulate, but you are adjusting what you need to make the edits in, but it's always looking at the original video. So the original video never changed. What I created was a timeline that ran 1 minute for 1 minute, no matter where it was in the video.
Let me give it a shot and see if I'm understanding it right. A video is nothing but a series of pictures,
Yes.
correct? And depending on how frequently those pictures are taken, you get this frame rate where it can either be real time that's going very fast. And so you're only taking a picture less often, and that's to save space.
Yes.
When you do what you do to try and put them all on one time system, one universal, when you say real time, you're talking like 1 second equals 1 second.
Yes.
1 second on the video equals 1 second in real time.
Yes.
What you do is you just have a photo in that video stay on the frame for a period of time until the next photo is taken?
Yes. The computer, it makes, the computer knows that it's supposed to have 30 frames, but there's only 5 frames to work with. So some of the frames tend to overlap, if you will.
But again, you're not taking anything out or adding anything. It's the original video. It's just putting it onto a time system so that you can compare any point in time on any video and get to the same place on all the videos.
Yes.
How long did that process take?
Takes a long time. I have to review all the videos. I have to find the segments where this time mismatch is due to the clock running fast in parts where there's no motion, to areas that has regular video with people or individuals or objects moving and the clock's running 1 second for 1 second. So it varies in different video clips. Each clip, there were some clips where there's a lot of motion, so I did less of it there, but I still had to find the gaps to, the goal was to put everything in real time. To answer your question, it probably took me 8 months to do that because the pure volume of videos, but I also have to put that in with my other task as my job.
So you take all of this video and you get it all on a standardized, universal, all the times match now.
Yes.
What is the next thing that you start to work on, or what are you looking to build from that?
Sure. The original objective is to put together a map, if you will, that shows where people, objects are in any period of that time. In order to do that, they make software to do this. To make a map. So we watch TV in a screen that's either 1080 or 4K. So I made a map that was bigger than that and gave it a time. So I gave it 1 hour time. So the purpose of making the map bigger than the videos, and I can move the map, meaning that if I need to show a particular place, I can move the map to that place, or I can zoom the map to make it where I can see more of the map, or I can zoom in closer to see a specific point in time. So once I have the animation timeline built, I can now give it time code. And if I give it time code and the video has a physical time code written into the video, I made a digital time code as well. So that allows me to move to any specific time. If somebody asks, hey, what's happening at this time? I go find it in the animation, move the animation playhead to that point, find the video, find that point in time, and then put my reference points on the map to match what I visually located on the video, and it's approximate.
So when you say so you're looking at a particular point in time and you're putting your reference points on there, you actually are placing markers within your graphic map. What type of markers were you asked to put on your map in this case?
So in order to map where individuals or objects are, you have to give it a label. So I use dot references to do that, to represent individuals. I use a color coding to individualize what type of dot you're looking at. And then I use labels to identify what the dot represents.
So what you described initially, pretty simple, of you look at all these videos and you determine that this particular individual is at this location on the map based on all these videos showing them there, and you put them on the map.
Yes.
Product you created actually has the ability to show their movement on the map. Describe how you used all of the videos and the various places that people were located in order to create that movement.
Sure. After all the videos are in the same time, it has a digital time stamp in it that matches the clock. So if you see a number in the clock, I have a digital number I can search. So when I was presented the opportunity to find an individual, I find that individual in the video and I gave them a label on the map and I indicate that time. So I find where that individual moves through other videos. So it might be one or more video. If they went from, say, a doorway to another doorway, 2 minutes later, I go 2 minutes later and I find that video until I can clearly identify them based on the description provided to me to identify this individual. I move the dot to this location in the animation. And because the animation has a timeline as well, I move its position to the same time of where the person appears 2 minutes later. The computer then, it's called animation tweening, if you will. It makes up the frames that will move the dot from one point to the other. Now, where the dot moves as a straight line normally, I can bend that curve to prevent the collision of a dot into a wall, for example. Obviously, we don't walk through walls, neither should the dot, so I made it animate around the wall, for example.
In this case, there was a massive amount of video from the vast majority of locations in the store, correct?
Yes.
So you were able to place your dots with some precision. You didn't have to like place a dot here and then a mile away was the next time you saw it on video. It was more, you would see the person on video and then they might move to here on a different video or be picked up on a different camera angle. And so that would, the computer would help you generate, if it wasn't on video from this point to this point, how I got here with the time frame it took me to get here.
Yes.
And based on all of the information, you were able to create an accurate representation of where all the individuals that we were interested in were on your map and their movements.
I would say approximate because there's variance in the time of the cameras themselves. You know, people walk at different paces. I'm not an expert on, strides. Basically, it's an approximation.
And well, let's use an example. There are some locations in the store where there are not cameras.
Yes.
Some locations that the defendant went in the store that just weren't covered by any camera out of all the cameras available.
Yes.
And so at that point, you would see him on camera before he entered one of those like blank zones, and you could put him there, correct?
Repeat the question, please.
So you would see him on a camera immediately before entering an area where there was no video coverage in the store.
Yes,
And then there's no video coverage, but he comes out on this side where there is coverage again. You were able to place him there.
yes, but I would use the time code as that reference. If he moved from here to here, and it's say 10 seconds, the computer makes that difference up. It appears to be approximated a 10-second move.
But the point is, there wasn't video in this section because there's no cameras covering it. But you're looking at everything to make sure it makes sense. Like, I couldn't have gotten from here to over here in like half a second, right?
Yes,
So you're looking at it to see, there may be a small window where there's not video in a particular area, but does it make sense when somebody is on camera, goes off camera and comes back on camera?
yes,
And then by that, you're able to create the product that you did showing the movement in the locations.
yes.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Subin, I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 30 for identification. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, that is a thumb drive which contains the final results of my efforts.
And you made a massive product and then ultimately worked to take the sections that needed to be shown to the jury here and put them into PowerPoint or put them into a format that they could be put into PowerPoint slides.
Yes,
Is everything on People's Exhibit 30 fair and accurate representations of your work, both with respect to the video and the graphic animations?
yes, I reviewed it this morning
And you know you reviewed it this morning on that thumb drive. How?
on a computer provided by your office.
Did you do anything to the thumb drive to let you know that was the same thumb drive you looked at?
I initialed it.
Judge, I would move to admit into evidence People's Exhibit 30.
Do either of you wish to voir dire?
Judge, no voir dire, no objection.
All right, thank you. It's admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
I think if it's, why don't we take our morning break? It's been about an hour and a half. Okay. So let me go through the admonition. We're going to have our recess for the morning, reminding you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means, includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. Don't read or listen to any news reports. Don't consult any outside references. Don't look at the internet. Try to figure out anything about anyone. And finally, remember, it is especially important you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is submitted to you. All right, it'll be about a 15-minute break. All right, we'll bring the jury in. Mr. Subin, if you could move that mic actually a little bit to your right, it'll pick you up a bit better when you turn to the jury. Thank you. Perfect.
Your Honor. Investigator Cantu is going to be the next witness. When she testifies, we're not going to want the exhibit broadcast over the live stream.
Yeah.
All right, please be seated. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Kuffner.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Subin, we were just starting to publish People's Exhibit 30. And just to be clear, People's Exhibit 30 actually contains 89 slides, PowerPoint slides, correct?
Yes.
And this is something that you assisted in creating so that instead of watching however many hours of video 80 cameras would generate over an hour incident or so, potentially hundreds of hours of video. It's something that you have distilled down into these 89 slides with your product.
Yes.
Judge, if we could put up the screens. All right, Mr. Subin, can we just start with, there's actually an orange handled pointer there, if it would be of assistance. And just describe what this first slide in People's Exhibit 30 is.
Sure. This slide basically is the end product of all the effort. It comprises of a graphic file on the left. This is that large file that I told you I created. It's an illustration that's based on scan data from our unit. Was presented this as the map to use. On the right side, you will see video. The video itself, this video here is from across the street. And to assist in attributing that camera angle's view, I put a kind of a very light area, if you will, that shows the approximate angle of that camera's view, meaning that the edge of the frame goes to the edge of the building approximately in that location. So as the video plays and the camera view changes on the right, you'll see those little triangles, polygons, and squares change locations. Depending on how close you are to the map, you'll see it in more detail than you do others. But that's what this video product comprises of. The top left has this time code that we talked about. So this is the time code for the graphic file itself. So as the video progresses in time, that clock will count up. That will be pretty close within a margin of error because of the cameras that were used. They will be in sync with the video time code as well. So if we go to a moment in time and we look at something, that clock on the top left will match the video file clock as well.
And your real time, the time that you have created, your universal timestamp for all the videos and your graphic, that is when it says 14/24/30/00 for non-military, non-law enforcement. We're talking about 2:24 and 30 seconds on the afternoon of March 22nd, 2021.
Yes.
So this is about, little less than 5 minutes before the incident begins. And this is where you started with the presentation.
Yes.
I'm going to start to play this and then probably pause it and have you talk about a few things. So we see in the video a black car turning into the lot. It has a white circle around it. Tell the jury what the white circle means.
Sure. In this particular moment, the white circle will illustrate the defendant's movement throughout the video.
And with respect to the orientation shading on your map, can you tell us where this particular camera is that the video that's showing on the right, where that camera is located?
Yes, what you're looking at is this mild triangle, if you will, this shaded area is the approximate angle of view of this camera. And this camera is located, I believe that is the east entrance, just above its doorway. This camera moves. So as the camera moves here, that triangle will also move to show its area coverage.
So anytime we're trying to figure out where the video is from or what camera the video is from, when the video is playing on the right, we can look to the left on the map and it will give us an approximation of where that camera is covering.
Yes.
I'm going to pause it again. We now have a red circle with nothing in it moving down the aisle in the parking lot at King Soopers. Tell the jury about that red circle with nothing in it.
As mentioned earlier, I used the videos to determine where any individual is in time. So where the circle was white, I can clearly see the individual. That was the last moment of time I can see it. And then the next time I could see it is later in time. The red circle here represents a moment in time that the camera did not capture any information. So this is a still frame from some moment after the vehicle disappeared in the frame. I don't know where this video frame came from, but it's just a part of the video process of the file I received. So the flyout circle you have here is just a magnification of its approximate location in this moment of time. So to help illustrate these frames of this type, I used a red circle to approximate that location based on video where I can see the individual and the video where maybe where the last moment I saw him to the next moment I see him again.
So with respect to the blow up circle underneath the video, it has a fuchsia colored marker on it. What does that denote?
That fuchsia color represents the defendant.
Now, as I continue to play this, you will see the vehicle miraculously appear traveling in the area where the red circle is now. Just if you can just explain exactly how that happens, where there's no vehicle there and it's a red circle, and then it turns to a white circle and the black Mercedes appears.
So the white circle is basically representing the moment that the video has seen the car. I cannot explain why there is a missing frame. That frame is just part of the video file I received, but it was stretched as part of that process I explained earlier to accommodate the clock moving in real time.
So this would be perhaps a good example of the camera across the street, wherever there needed to be motion to trigger that camera to go to that real-time recording isn't triggered during this initial period. And so we just have a picture, I guess, or a frame where it's frozen, where it's taken that before the vehicle moves into position and it holds that. And then once it takes the next picture, the vehicle is further down than further down the aisle.
Yes.
So we've seen the fuchsia dot move into the location where the black vehicle is parked. And next to it, there is a white van. That white van has an orange marker in the area that would represent the driver's seat. Tell the jury what that means.
Yes, in this instance, the orange dot represents an individual that you have identified, the DA's office identified to me as one of the victims who will be shot.
During this time period, the defendant remains in the vehicle for right around 5 minutes, approximately 5 minutes. And these are just videos that you have shown, indicating again on your map where the cameras are located, of what's going on in the store while he's sitting in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
This is prior to starting the tracking of any of the identified victims in the case?
Yes.
There's the service van he parked next to on that panning camera on the video.
Yes.
And at some point before he leaves his vehicle, you start to track every one of the victims that you were able to identify on video on your map, correct?
Yes. Your office provided me names of individuals to track. I reviewed different videos to identify these individuals based on description provided to me, and then plotted them on the map using the various camera angles that I could identify them in.
And that's already occurred on here. We've started to see markers appear, and I think it's hard to see. So I'm going to actually zoom in. Still not, unfortunately, I can't zoom any more than that on this particular slide, but can you just walk through the jury what they're seeing now that there are markers appearing on your map?
Yes, you will see that there are orange dots, yellow dots, and a lime green color. Those identify different individuals. The orange dots represent individuals who will be shot and killed. The yellow dots represent individuals the DA's office provided me to track, who are named individuals for attempted murder. The lime dot represents individuals who are neither named a individual shot or part of the attempted charges.
And again, we see people moving about according to the locations as identified on the video. We see the green dot coming out the east entrance and moving towards the outside of the vestibule. We see other individuals moving around in the front of the store. In your product, you have the ability to zoom in, and in many of these, as we move through this, this was really this first slide designed to just be an overview of that initial 5 minutes in the parking lot. As we move on, there'll be zooms and pans on your map in order to give the jury an opportunity to actually read the names of the victims and get a clear picture inside the store.
Right. This first 5 minutes was just to fill the time. Obviously, things were happening in the supermarket, so I animated this and left it wide just so you could see the full scene.
And when you say the full scene, you were looking to be able to incorporate in your map not only the location of the defendant and his vehicle in the parking lot, but all the individuals inside the store. So it was difficult to really zoom in at any significant level.
Yes.
We see people continuing to move about. Again, the video continues to play to the right. And I'm going to move on to the next slide. Is this one of those examples of where you've zoomed in and created a still of your animation to show the location of individuals at this point in time?
Yes.
What time was this particular image, or what time were the individuals in these locations?
Based on the video references of several video files looking at individuals where I could clearly identify them based on the notes provided to me, this is 2:24:30, which is 2:24 in the afternoon. The 30 represents seconds and the last number represents frames. So this is 2:24.
So at 2:24:30, this still shot indicates that victim Julie Keaton, victim Kajendra Mala are both at register 12 assisting Lynn Murray.
Yes.
And again, this is all based on what you observed in the many videos that you sifted through, sorted through, and reviewed in order to place these folks at these locations.
Yes.
Again, we have a zoom at this point of the parking lot where the defendant is next to the service vehicle where the first victim was killed. And to demonstrate the zoom animation, on what I just played, that initial marker turned from a circle to a blue oval. What were you denoting in your graphic whenever you changed a circle from the original color of orange to that blue oval?
Sure. The blue oval represents the moment in time that the individual was shot and killed. That information was given to me by the investigator.
Judge, with respect to this witness, I have no further questions.
Any questions?
Judge, no cross-examination.
All right, thank you. You may be excused, and may he be released from the subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay, and you're released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Your Honor, the people call Sarah Cantu to the stand.
Counsel, if you can approach, I just need some clarification.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
My name is Sarah Cantu, Cantu.
Can you please walk the jury through your professional background and experience?
Sure. I was hired by the Boulder Police Department in January of 2001. They put me through a police academy at Arapahoe Community College. And after successful completion of the police academy and receiving my post-certification, I came back to Boulder, attended a mini academy. So at the police academy, you learn how to be a cop in Colorado, a Boulder police or a city, Colorado police officer. At the mini academy, you learn policies and procedures and municipal code for Boulder specifically. After the mini academy, I did a 14-week field training program where I was paired with a senior officer who evaluated everything I did for those weeks. And eventually, after completing that program successfully, I was released and became a solo officer. I worked patrol for the rest of that year, so all of 2001 until December of 2010. Most of my career was nights and weekends. I did do a year as a DUI officer, and I did a year and a half, about 2 years, as a plainclothes officer on the target crime team. In 2010, I applied for, tested, and was selected as a detective for the investigation section. I became a general crimes detective in January of 2011 and remained in that position investigating crimes involving property until October of 2013. And at that time, I became a major crimes detective. And I remained in that position until late November of last year, November of 2023, at which time I retired from the Boulder Police Department and came to the district attorney's office here as a senior investigator.
Thank you. You mentioned working in the major crimes unit as a detective for those years before you retired from Boulder PD. Can you tell the jury what that means in terms of what kinds of cases and what your work involved on a daily basis, please?
Yes. So as a major crimes detective, I investigated crimes involving people. A majority of my caseload was sexual assault and death investigations, but I also worked robberies, physical assaults, assaults with weapons, and other crimes involving weapons. Kind of as the name indicates, we investigated the major cases that came in to Boulder County. My day would revolve around a case would be assigned to me. I would interview witnesses, victims, suspects. I would write reports based on that. I would write affidavits for search warrants and arrest warrants. Any information that came in, I would review and I would build a case. And if charging was appropriate, I would author an arrest warrant and then follow that case through prosecution.
And then you left the Boulder Police Department in November of last year to join the District Attorney's Office.
That's correct.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a District Attorney investigator in the DA's office?
As a district attorney investigator, I assist more on the back end, post-arrest investigations, and assist with preparing for trial. We also do other investigations that may come in that require the district attorney's office to work on.
Were you working as a detective for major crimes at the Boulder Police Department in March of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And were you part of the law enforcement response to King Soopers on March 22nd, 2021?
I was.
Just briefly tell the jury what your involvement in that initial response included.
It was a normal day of work for me. So when the call came out that there was an active shooter, I responded to the scene with 4 other detectives. By the time we got there, we handled a perimeter position. So we were maintaining a perimeter around the scene. We remained in that position until the defendant was taken into custody, at which time we all transferred into an investigative mode. We left the scene and started the investigation process.
And for the record, that's the King Soopers located at 3600 Table Mesa Drive in Boulder County, Colorado.
It is, yes.
And you mentioned switching to an investigatory capacity after leaving the scene. What do you mean by that?
So when we were on scene, we had very focused responsibilities. We were a perimeter unit. We wanted to know who was coming in and coming out of that scene. When we left the scene and began the investigative process, at that point, I was assigned as a liaison to the Boulder County investigative team. And all of us got assignments to where we were assigned either interviews, crime scene, speaking with the involved officers, gathering evidence from involved officers, and working with the teams. There were a lot of officers that were there, so it was working with all of the teams together.
On March 22nd of 2021, approximately how many detectives and investigators responded either from the Boulder Police Department or other agencies to work on the investigation?
I don't know if I know a clear number. There were people there from Boulder PD, even detectives that were not on duty responded. Boulder County Sheriff's Office was there. Longmont PD had detectives there. Erie, Louisville, Lafayette, CUPD had detectives. CBI came out, FBI came out, ATF, and Secret Service.
And did that continue over the days that followed?
Yes.
Where were the investigators working out of during that period of time?
Out of the training rooms at the Boulder Police Department.
How long did the first phase of the investigation go for?
I believe it was about 2 weeks.
How was the investigation divided up over those initial 2 weeks?
It was divided into work groups. So some people were doing witness interviews and following up on any tips that came in. And those would include victims of people that were in the store. Some people were at the crime scene and doing crime scene investigation out at the scene. There were people that were working on digital evidence, so cell phones, computers, all of that sort of stuff. There were people interviewing the officers that were involved, that were in the scene throughout the event. People were doing background investigation on the defendant, doing neighborhood canvases on the defendant's residence, as well as the neighborhood around the scene on Table Mesa.
So different teams for each topic area as part of the investigation.
Correct.
And after that initial 2-week period, did the investigation continue beyond that?
Yes.
But during that initial 2 weeks, all these agencies have investigators and detectives working out of the Boulder Police Department.
That's correct.
How long would you say the investigation went on for, even beyond that 2-week period?
Until just recently. I mean, it'll continue as any new information comes in, we'll investigate it. But a majority of the information was in the initial phases. However, we continued to get new information even in July of this year.
And the jury is hearing parts of each one of the topic areas that you've discussed here.
That's correct.
Who was assigned as the lead investigator on the criminal investigation and prosecution?
I was.
And when did that take place?
I was assigned in the early morning hours of March 23rd, 2021, before I went home.
And have you been the lead investigator on the case since March 23rd, all the way up to and including today?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe for the jury your work on this case in the year since it happened?
Yes, I've reviewed all of the information that's come in. So police reports, surveillance footage, body cam, in-car camera, all of that information I've reviewed. All of the interviews I've either watched videos of or read reports documenting. I've participated in interviews of victims and witnesses. I wrote the affidavit for arrest warrant. I've written many police reports related to this case. There's been a lot over the last 3.5 years. That's what I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay, and we're going to go through all that and some more as we go through your testimony this morning.
Okay.
And as your understanding, you're going to be testifying 2 or 3 times during the course of this trial, with this being your first?
That's correct.
And from your work on the case from day one all the way through to today, are you familiar with the 10 victims of murder?
I am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as people's 42 through 51 for identification. Do you recognize what those are photographs of?
I do.
And what are they?
These are photographs of the murder victims.
We're going to go through each one in just a moment, but do those photos fairly and accurately depict how they looked when they were alive? And these are photos provided to you in the district attorney's office by family members and loved ones for each victim.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 42 through 51 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And I'm going to ask you just a few questions about each one, okay?
Okay.
And we could turn on the screen, Your Honor, and publish 42, please. Who is this?
This is Nevin Stanisic,
How old was Nevin Stanisic when he was killed?
23,
And do you know where Nevin was living?
Lakewood.
And he was living with his family?
He was, yes.
How was Nevin Stanisic employed when he was killed?
He worked for KD Service Group.
Do you know what he was doing at King Soopers that day?
I do. He was working, KD Service Group is a restaurant equipment sales. They do sales, repair, and maintenance. And he was at the store at the Starbucks working on the espresso machine.
And for each one of the victims, I'm going to also ask, were their family members interviewed by law enforcement at some point during the course of the investigation?
Yes.
And have you met many of their family members during the course of this investigation and prosecution?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to turn to Exhibit 43. Who do we have in Exhibit 43, Investigator Cantu?
This is Kevin Mahoney,
How old was Kevin Mahoney when he was killed?
61.
And what was Kevin Mahoney doing at King Soopers that day?
He was shopping.
Do you know where Mr. Mahoney was living
He was living in South Boulder.
with his family?
Yes.
And how was he employed, if you know?
He was retired.
We're going to turn to Exhibit 44. What do we see in Exhibit 44, Investigator Cantu?
This is Trelona Bartkowiak,
How old was Trelona Bakowiak when she was murdered?
49.
What was she doing at King Soopers that day?
She was shopping to pick up things for her fiance who was feeling ill.
To your knowledge, what was Trelona Bakowiak doing for work at that point in her life?
She owned a shop just off of Pearl Street,
So,
clothing store.
where did Trelona Bakowiak live?
She lived in Louisville.
We turn to Exhibit 45. Who do we see in Exhibit 45, Investigator Cantu?
Ricky Olds.
How old was Ricky Olds when she was murdered?
She was 25.
What was Ms. Olds doing in King Soopers that day?
She was working.
And do you know where Ms. Olds was living at the time?
She was living in Lafayette.
And have you had the opportunity to meet the family of Ms. Olds?
I have, yes.
I'm going to turn to Exhibit 46. Who do we see on the screen in Exhibit 46?
This is Denny Stong,
How old was Denny Stong when he was murdered?
20.
Where was Denny Stong living?
He was living in South Boulder with family.
How was he employed at the time he was killed?
He worked maintenance at King Soopers at that store.
Was he working on that day?
He was not.
Exhibit 47, who do we see in this picture?
This is Lynn Murray,
How old was Lynn Murray when she was killed?
62.
Where was Ms. Murray living at the time of this incident?
In South Boulder with family.
Do you know what Ms. Murray was doing at King Soopers that day?
She was working.
For whom?
She worked for Instacart and was shopping for other people.
And have you had the chance to meet Ms. Murray's daughter and other family members?
I have.
We turn to Exhibit 48. Who do we see in Exhibit 48, Investigator Cantu?
Terry Liker,
How old was Terry Liker when she was killed?
51.
Where was Terry Liker living at the time of her murder?
In South Boulder.
Who was she living with?
I believe her family.
And have you met her parents?
I have.
And what was Terry Liker doing at King Soopers that day?
She was working as a courtesy clerk.
I'm going to turn to Exhibit 49. Who do we see in Exhibit 49?
This is Jody Waters,
Same sort of questions here. How old was Ms. Waters when she was killed?
65.
Where was Jody Waters living?
South Boulder.
And have you had the opportunity to meet some of her family members?
Yes.
Exhibit 50, who do we see?
Suzanne Fountain,
How old was Suzanne Fountain at the time of the mass shooting?
59.
Where was Suzanne Fountain living?
Broomfield, Colorado.
And what was she doing at King Soopers that day?
She was shopping. Her partner had a medical procedure the next day, so she was preparing for that.
And do you know how Ms. Fountain was employed?
She worked as a Medicare insurance agent.
Then Exhibit 51, who do we see in this picture?
This is Eric Talley,
How old was Eric Talley at the time of his murder?
51,
Where was he living?
Littleton.
Was he living with family?
Yes,
And do you know how many kids Eric Talley had?
7.
Had you had the opportunity to work with Eric Talley?
Yes,
And that was during his time with the Boulder Police Department?
Yeah, we worked together for 11 years.
Okay. And we could take down the screen, please. Fair to say there was a very lengthy investigation, as you've described, into this mass shooting?
Yes.
Any connection ever identified between the defendant and any of these people whatsoever?
None that we were able to find.
So each one of the murder victims was a complete stranger to the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm going to talk a little bit more about your work on the investigation, okay?
Okay.
In preparation for today, but also through the course of the investigation, you reviewed witness interviews, statements, reports, video recordings, and 911 recordings.
Yes.
And did you assist in reviewing and analyzing all the video that was collected in connection with the investigation,
I did, yes.
including video from inside and outside the store, as well as body-worn camera video?
Yes.
And for what reasons were you reviewing the video?
As part of the investigation to know what happened. And as we were going through, we knew that there were people that we had not identified that were victims or potential victims. So we watched it with an eye to identifying people that we had not yet talked to.
So can we break that down a little bit?
Sure.
Just tell the jury what that meant in the days that followed the shooting. You said identified people who were victims, where you saw people were victims that were not identified.
Right.
And then you would look to see if you could identify them. Can you tell the jury what you were doing?
So we were watching the footage to see where the shots were being fired, where the victims were, the deceased victims were in relation to where everybody else in the store was. And as we watched that, in the early days, I didn't have reports yet. So I was trying to go through and identify just on some handwritten sheets that investigators were using, if I had a named individual that survived that was in that line of fire of the individuals that did not survive.
And if you had someone who is not named or identified, what steps would you take?
We would reach out and do an interview with them. We would locate them and interview them.
And is it fair to say some people had escaped from King Soopers without their identification being provided to law enforcement?
Yes.
And then you would watch the video, see a person who is in or near the line of fire, and you would work to track down who those people were?
Correct.
And how would you do that?
In some cases, we tracked them through the store to see what cars they got into and find license plates or partial license plates to identify the individuals. In some cases, we used the phone number that people put in for their shopper's card to track that back to find who that number is associated with. If we talked to someone who said, I went to the store with my roommate and we only talked to one person, we'd track them down trying to find the second person.
So for example, if you saw someone in the video who dove to the ground, but later escaped without being identified or spoken with by law enforcement, you would track all their movements in an effort to figure out who that person was.
That's correct.
And then you'd reach out to them and interview them.
Correct.
How much video do we have in this case?
Hours and hours and terabytes. There's surveillance footage from inside the store. There's surveillance footage outside the store that's associated with King Soopers. There's surveillance that's associated with other stores and businesses and homes surrounding the store. We have body cam. We have in-car camera or dash cam. We have interview recordings. We have surveillance from the defendant's house and the neighborhood surrounding there. So there's hours and hours and hours of videos.
And as the lead investigator, have you reviewed all of this video?
Yes.
And you mentioned too, that I think the jury would know what you're talking about, but just to follow up, what do you mean by in-car cameras?
In-car cameras are also known as dash cams. They're mounted inside police patrol vehicles, both facing forward and facing back. Some cases, the ones that are rear facing face into the back seat where someone would be sitting In other cases, they shoot all the way out the window. The view is all the way out the back window.
And body worn cameras?
Body worn cameras are just like they sound. They are fixed to the person of the officer. And at that time, I believe most of our patrol officers were wearing them, if not all of them were wearing them.
And we'll talk more about this the next time you testify, but just generally speaking, how do body worn cameras work?
So they can either be manually activated by a series of button pushing on the camera. Generally, it's worn at the center mass, the center of the body. And then you can manually stop them also. They can also be automatically activated with lights and sirens. Once the event is done, you can manually stop those cameras, and then they would dock them in a charging station, at which time those cameras, those videos would be uploaded to a secure cloud-based system.
Okay, and we're going to talk more about that a little later on. But for some of the body worn camera videos in this case, they were activated, the devices were activated when officers were turning on their lights and sirens.
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, all the video, everything you've just described was provided to the defense.
Yes.
In other cases we've worked, let's say a murder case, for example, if you had 2 security videos and 4 body worn camera videos that came from different officers that responded, would or have you in your experience provided all of that to the jury?
If it's smaller, probably not all of it, but portions of most of it.
And given the content of the videos in this case, rather than showing all those many videos from different perspectives, what have we done here?
We have created this master exhibit that shows portions of the whole scene throughout the entire event.
And the jury already heard from Mr. Subin, but have you been involved in and aware of the FBI working with the district attorney's office and the lead investigator to put together this one exhibit?
Yes.
And have you reviewed it with an eye towards all the other work you've done, the interviews, your review, your crime scene analysis, and so on?
Yes, I have.
And are you aware that there are a number of victims and witnesses who would strongly prefer not to see the video?
Yes.
And you're going to show the jury through the exhibit that Mr. Subin already put into evidence, different things that were collected as part of this investigation.
That's correct, yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Fair to say this exhibit is large in terms of computer storage?
It is, yes.
And if we could publish for the jury, please. Mr. Subin just testified about this first picture we have on the screen here, but just to get the jury oriented to the work you've done in connection with this case, can you just tell us what we see of significance on this slide, please?
So one of the main areas of significance is the King Super store in the video portion of it. The red brick that you see kind of the corner of. Is it okay if I stand up?
Your Honor.
Yes, of course.
So in this video here, this corner is the northwest corner of the King Supers. So on the diagram, it would be this corner right here. This is Table Mesa going eastbound. This is Table Mesa going westbound. And this is the main driveway in, this is the west driveway into the King Supers parking lot. So the top of the screen is the south, the bottom of the screen is the north, east is on the left, and west is on the right.
The jury heard some testimony the other day from Sergeant Wise. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And he testified about the defendant's car being seen going on to Gillespie Drive.
Yes.
Where is Gillespie Drive on this exhibit?
So Gillespie Drive is on the south end of King Supers. It's right behind, but it kind of winds around. So you can actually access it from Table Mesa, but then curves around the back of King Soopers.
And you've seen the video and you're aware that the defendant's car was seen driving past King Soopers and then making a left onto Gillespie Drive before returning to King Soopers.
That's correct.
And that's what Sergeant Wise covered the other day.
Yes.
So I'm going to this is going to start to play here. I'm just going to let this play. The jury's already seen it, but I'm going to ask you just a few questions as we go through it.
Okay.
As we start to take the jury through this exhibit, is it consistent with everything else that you've seen and worked on in connection with the case?
It is, yes.
The fuchsia dot or purple dot represents who?
The defendant.
And the yellow dots the jury will see represent whom?
Victims of attempted murder.
The orange dots represent what?
Victims of murder.
And when they're orange, as we just saw in that picture there, what's their current state?
Living.
And after they're killed, what color do they become?
They become a light blue oval.
And here we see on the left-hand side of the screen, the purple dot in the black car and the orange dot in the white van.
Correct.
And who is in the white van?
Nevin Stanisic.
And as the video continues, do we see the KD service van at one point in the security video?
We do. It's right there.
And what was Nevin Stanisic doing at that point in time?
He was sitting in his driver's seat. He had a tablet, and he was on the phone with Johnny Shan.
And I'm going to move ahead here. So Mr. Subin touched on this, but I want to follow up with you as the lead investigator. We see the orange dots who represent people who are going to be killed.
Correct.
And then we have the yellow dots representing, as you said, victims of attempted murder.
Correct.
Can you just point to the different yellow dots and tell us who they represent?
At register 12, at the top here is Mahendra Mala. Below that dot is Julie Keaton. To the right is Kimberly Breckus. And they're at register 10 with Micah Hom. At register 9 are Tasia Beresford.
And then the lime green dot.
The lime green dot is Clint Ponsford, who was an employee.
And the yellow dots are individuals who you identified as being in or near the line of fire.
Correct.
And the lime green dot is someone who is not either fired upon or in the line of fire.
Correct.
And what do we see here in this slide?
So this slide is the animation of the parking lot, the black Mercedes with the defendant in the driver's seat, the white work van with Nevin Stanisic in the driver's seat.
What did the defendant do upon leaving his car?
He ran around the back of the vehicle and went between the passenger side of his car and the driver's side of the van and engaged with Nevin Stanisic, who was seated in the driver's seat of the van.
And what do you mean by engaged with?
He shot at.
Where did he fire in terms of positioning on the van?
Through the driver's side window.
And where and how was Mr. Stanisic positioned at that time?
He was in the driver's seat as anyone driving would be. He actually had his seatbelt on and was in that position.
And from your review of the video, as well as the crime scene photos, did he have any opportunity to move or hide at that point?
No.
From how far away did the defendant shoot Mr. Stanisic?
It's very close. The distance between the two cars in a parking space plus the length of the rifle barrel.
How many times was Mr. Stanisic shot?
He was shot 5 times.
And he was the first murder victim?
He was.
What do we see in this video?
This is the camera across the street showing the defendant running around the back of the car between the two cars and then shooting into the driver's side window of the van.
And what about the woman on the right-hand side of the screen?
So she is reacting to what she's seeing. In this video, she was at the crosswalk preparing to cross the street. Whatever she sees or hears, she backs up, puts her hands towards her head and her mouth. She backs up further. She actually takes cover behind that light pole. And if we were to continue watching this, she would actually duck down behind that light pole.
And that raises a good point. Do we have audio from any of these security cameras? We have audio from the body worn cameras with law enforcement
That's correct.
and from the dash cams, but none from King Soopers or any other security video.
That's correct.
Do we have a zoomed in clip of what you just described?
Yes, we do.
Have you watched, it's fair to say you've watched this video many, many times.
Many times.
What can you see in that clip?
You can see the defendant around the back of the Mercedes. You can see him approach the window. You can see a person sitting in the seat inside the van. And then you can see the glass break and the person that was there is no longer visible.
Where did the defendant go from there?
From there, he ran east across the parking lot between vehicles.
And you said he ran.
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail what you saw?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object at this point. I believe the best evidence is the video. We are gonna watch the video. Response.
Your Honor, Investigator Cantu's watched the video many, many times. These things happen very quickly. I think it's fair for her to briefly touch on what she's going to see to aid the jury in their understanding and their review of this.
Overrule.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So he moves very quickly eastbound. So to the left of the screen, the rifle is in a ready position with both hands on it as he's running. He is moving quickly.
For those that don't use firearms or are not as familiar with firearms, what do you mean by a ready position?
It is shouldered and it's ready to shoot. It is in a position where it's aimed.
Who was the next murder victim that the defendant encountered?
Kevin Mahoney.
Where was Mr. Mahoney at that point in time?
Mr. Mahoney was so this is the west side of the parking lot. He was on the east side of the west side. He was between cars, returning his cart.
So we're going to take that in steps, and I'm going to show you this next animation.
Okay.
What does this represent?
This is the defendant running eastbound through the parking lot between the cars.
And then what do we see on the left-hand side of the screen?
On the left-hand side of the screen is Kevin Mahoney, who was he was between the cars and then he runs out into what is the main entrance of the parking lot. So a street. The defendant stopped and braced on a parked vehicle and shot from a stable platform at Mr. Mahoney. At that time, Mr. Mahoney starts to run in the direction of the store. He runs southeast towards that east door, and the defendant chases him.
Two terms that you use that I just want to follow up on, if I may.
Okay.
Braced, what do you mean by braced?
So he stopped and he used the car to make a stable platform for shooting. He's not running, the muzzle isn't bouncing. He's got a stable platform for shooting.
And what's the reason to use a stable platform when you're firing?
Accuracy.
How many times was Mr. Mahoney shot?
He was shot 4 times.
And did he, from your review of everything, have any chance to escape?
No.
And do we have a video clip that captures part of what you just described for the jury?
Yes.
And for this next video, before I play it, was this a security camera that was panning from left to right?
Yeah, it was.
So what's the result in terms of what the jury is going to see?
So it's going to start, you will see a little bit of the screen as the camera pans, as the defendant runs eastbound across the parking lot. You will see Mr. Mahoney as he is kind of out. The only way I can term it is in no man's land. He's kind of in the middle of the road. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing to hide behind. And then the camera keeps going as Mr. Mahoney, initially he ducks down with his hands up, but then as he stands up and starts to run, the camera pans past him, so we don't see the rest of that.
And the rest would be him running up and then ultimately being shot and killed.
Correct.
Before I hit play, what is the jury seeing in this photograph?
So this is that camera that is going to pan. Just about middle of the screen in the white circle is the defendant. At the far right end of the screen, you'll see the back end of a car. That's the car that he's going to use to shoot as a shooting platform, to shoot from. There will also be a white pickup that comes southbound between the defendant and Mr. Mahoney as he's shooting at Mr. Mahoney. We heard from Jesse Brown the other day. That's Jesse Brown leaving the parking lot. And right at this stop sign here, you're going to see a golden SUV. I think it was a RAV4 that makes a right or starts to make a right into the parking lot. That's Trelana Bartowiak's vehicle as she starts to pull in to the parking lot.
Sorry. And that individual there who's ducking down and went to his knees is Kevin Mahoney?
Yes.
And from your review of the evidence and other video as well, Mr. Mahoney got back up and was able to actually run part of the way to King Supers.
Yes, that's correct.
What did the defendant do as Mr. Mahoney was trying to run to King Supers?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. He chased him.
After chasing down and killing Mr. Mahoney, where did the defendant go from there?
He went towards the east. So for that east entrance of the store, there's a vestibule that has ramps leading both ways. There's a western entrance on the east side, and there's an eastern entrance. He runs towards that the western entrance of the eastern door.
Who was the next murder victim that he encountered?
Trelana Bartowiak.
What was she doing at that point, Investigator Cantu?
So I just told you that we saw that she makes the right turn or starts to make the right turn into the west side of that parking lot. She doesn't complete the turn. She backs up onto this main road here, and then she makes a left, and she actually pulls on to that ramp for the west entrance to the store. And she gets out of her car and tries to run up the ramp towards that entrance when she is shot.
And for some of these shootings, were you able to isolate and provide stills of things that were happening throughout?
Yes.
So what is the jury seeing on this screen?
So this is the defendant using that white car to shoot from. You can see the muzzle flash that is in the white circle. And then on the far right side, you can see Mr. Mahoney kind of starting to duck down, his hands by his head.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. And what is the jury going to be seeing in this graphic here?
This is going to be Trelana Bartowiak making that right turn, starting to make that right turn. And I believe it'll also show Mr. Mahoney as he is trying to run away, the defendant shooting him. The dot will turn blue, and then the defendant will focus on Trelana, who gets out of her vehicle. And as he closes, her dot will turn blue.
Do we know what the reason was that Ms. Barkowiak pulled into that area?
We don't.
What's the reason we don't know?
She can't tell us.
And let me hit play here. Is that car representing her car?
Yes.
And then we saw the point at which she was killed on the pedestrian ramp.
Correct.
And do we have video and still photos with regards to that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Before I hit play, just get us oriented to what this this screen, excuse me, is a little blurry and grainy. What is going to be seen on this particular video?
So this is Nevin's white van in the upper right-hand corner. You can see the white circle. The defendant is in that circle. He is going to continue east across the parking lot. You're going to see the gold SUV turn into, or start to turn onto this main road that is running east and west along the bottom left-hand corner of the screen.
That's her car there.
Yes.
So I'm going to return to this graphic and ask you, where did the defendant go after killing Trelona Barkowiak?
He went through that west entrance of the east door into the vestibule, which is on just below center of the left side of the screen. And then he goes into the store through that entrance.
And specifically, how did he kill Trelona Barkowiak in terms of number of shots and location of shots?
She was shot 2 times. One, she also had stippling on the side of her face, which indicated that it was.
Your Honor, any response?
In your experience, I can lay a foundation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, she's not qualified as an expert.
Your Honor, I don't believe this is an area that requires expert testimony.
The 401, 403.
Sure. Investigator Cantu,
Yes.
is there security footage showing the defendant killing Trelona Barkowiak?
Yes.
How close was he to her when he shot her on the pedestrian ramp?
He was standing over her.
Thank you. And is that security video that the jury will be shown in another exhibit later in the trial?
Yes.
How old was Trelona Barkowiak?
49.
You mentioned the defendant then started to head to the east doors.
Correct.
And from your work on the case, what's happening inside the store at this moment in time?
Some people seem to know what's going on and have run. Others are not sure, and their attention is drawn to this east side of the store. Like I said, some people have already left. Some people have already run out of the scene, run out of the store, and are headed toward the south of the store. But people in front, these people in front didn't seem to recognize what was happening, though their attention was drawn to this east side.
And with this slide, I'm just going to ask you with the pointer, if you would, to walk us through for the jurors that may not be able to see the names, who is positioned where as the defendant's about to head to the east doors.
So the defendant is purple, is the purple dot. This is the east entrance. Just inside the east entrance is Denny Stong. A little bit further west is Ricky Olds. South of Ricky Olds is Angela Peacock. And then further west, along the front of the store at check stand 12, is Lynn Murray here and Cahandra Mala there. At register 10, which is further west, is Kimberly Breckus and Micah Hong. At register 9, which is again further west, is Tasia Beresford, Patrick Cruz, and Terry Laker.
And when the defendant enters the store, is he firing from east to west?
Yes.
And for a number of the victims, and we'll go through it, that were shot, did the bullets enter and then exit their body and continue west?
Yes.
And from your work on the case, we were able to identify victims of attempted murder who were either fired upon or in the line of fire.
Yes,
And those are the individuals who appear in those yellow dots there.
that's correct.
And did you find damage or was damage found by the evidence response team as well as the crime scene analyst reflecting the rounds that continued on and nearly hit others in the front of the store?
Yes.
Okay. So Angela Peacock, for example, she's on the left side of the screen.
Correct.
Where is she when the defendant opens fire inside those east doors?
So she is in the middle of the east side self-checkout. Just kind of in this position, she is directly behind Ricky Olds, but by the time he enters, she is diagonal southwest behind Ricky Olds.
And what is she wearing?
She's wearing a bright yellow, like traffic vest.
The bullet that hit Ricky Olds, did that travel out the back of Ricky Olds' body?
Yes.
Okay. And was that in the direction of where Angela Peacock was located?
Yes.
How were you able to determine that, Investigator Cantu?
We watched the footage and we have seen the damage along the front of the store and the impacts that bullets that continued on made.
And she's the victim in count 11.
She is a victim. I don't know which count.
Okay.
But she is a named victim.
Cahandra Mala. Where is Cahandra Mala on the screen?
So he's at register 12. So he's the next yellow dot to the right or the west.
And where was he in terms of shots being fired from east to west by the defendant?
He was west of where the defendant was shooting from.
Also in the line of fire where bullets were passing by and ultimately ending up?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that as to Mr. Mala?
again, based on damage in and around the front of the store. He's on that path.
And for the court reporter, I'm referring to count 14. Kimberly Breckus, where is Ms. Breckus here?
She's at register 10.
And where was Ms. Breckus when the shooter began firing from east to west across the front of the store?
She is west of him. And she's near this front main east-west aisle at the front of the store.
And what was she doing at that point?
She was checking out her groceries.
Where was she in relation to the bullets being fired by the shooter?
She's in that same line, that same path.
And how do you know that?
From the crime scene and from reports.
Was there anything struck by a bullet directly near Ms. Breckus?
Yes.
What was that?
There are partitions. So because this was COVID, everything had those plexiglass partitions separating it. And there are partitions that were damaged from projectiles going through them.
And those are projectiles passing by these attempted murder victims?
Yes, that's correct.
Where is Ms. Breckus now?
She is deceased.
And to your knowledge, how did she pass away?
Section 41403. What's the, why don't you come on up? Rephrase the question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Cantu, based on your work in this case, are you aware that Ms. Breckus passed away after this incident from natural causes not related to the shooting?
Yes.
Let's turn to Huang. What was Micah Huang doing when the defendant started firing from east to west?
He was the cashier at register 10, and he was checking Kimberly Breckus, checking out her groceries.
And what led you to determine that Micah Huang was within the line of fire of those bullets going east to west?
Again, the crime scene investigation and the impact and the patterns from the trajectory investigation.
And that'll be information that the jury is hearing from another witness with the FBI?
Yes, that's correct.
And that includes damage to plexiglass, at register 7?
Yes.
Tasha Beresford, this is with regards to count 19. Where was Tasha Beresford when the shooter began firing east to west?
She was the cashier at register 9.
What was she doing when the shots began being fired?
She was checking out Patrick Cruz.
And Patrick Cruz was the older gentleman, and I'll come to him in a moment, actually, but the older gentleman who the jury heard from the other day?
That's correct.
And was she also downrange and in the line of bullets being fired in that direction?
Yes, she was.
With regards to Mr. Cruz, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about him before we move on. Was he interviewed a number of times about the incident of the King Soopers?
Yes, he was.
And when was the most recent time prior to him testifying at trial?
July 15th of this year.
And who met with him on July 15th of this year?
You and I.
Where was that interview conducted?
At your office here in the building.
And how did he appear on that date?
He appeared fine. He walked normally. He was not using a walker. There was nothing out of the ordinary when I saw him that day.
And when you met with him, or when we met with him on that day, did he have a chance to review the reports in which contained his interviews as well as the diagram that he had drawn?
He did, yes.
And what did he indicate about the reports in the diagram?
He indicated that they were as he remembered them when he gave them back in March of 2021.
And when Mr. Cruz came into court the other day, you mentioned he was using a walker.
Yes.
What was your reaction?
Objection 401, 403.
Sustained.
Did he appear different in court than he did just back on July 15th?
He did, yes.
With regards to Mr. Cruz, this harkens back to something you said earlier. How did you first come to identify Mr. Cruz as a victim of attempted murder?
So we watched the surveillance footage. We got some cameras sooner than we got others. So the cameras that are directly above the scenes, directly above the cash registers, we didn't get those until a couple of days later. We had all of the rest of the footage right after the shooting. When we watched all of the surveillance footage and saw him escorted out with law enforcement, and when we saw him go down in those overhead cameras, he gets down, he kneels down, then goes down, and he just lays there for a really long time. We recognized that he was in the store for a very lengthy period of time. As we were watching, like pretty much frame to frame to frame, we noticed that as he is going down, there are impacts, or there is an impact that goes through the plexiglass right behind his head, and that he just lays there for a really long time. So when we realize that he has been in the store, I then start going back to see who was interviewed, and if anyone kind of matches the description of what I've seen. Again, at that point, I didn't have reports, so I'm going off a handwritten notes that detectives that did the interviews made. And I determined that he was interviewed in an initial triage interview the night of the shooting, but it wasn't a thorough recorded interview like we would want for a named victim.
So what'd you do then?
We requested that a team go out and interview him at his residence.
And did that happen?
It did.
I'm going to turn to the next slide here, and I'm going to ask you to tell the jury about Casey Taylor and Hayden Steele, who for the court reporter are counts 12 and 13.
So Casey Taylor, who is on the left with the cash in his hand, and Hayden Steele, who is on the right with the card in his hand. They are at self-checkout on the east end. There are 3 registers on both sides of that aisle. They are at the very first register on the west side of that east aisle. It's register 17. So they are checking out at that register. And again, they are diagonal behind where Ricky Olds was shot.
And also in the line of fire from projectiles fired by the defendant.
That's correct.
And the defendant entered through the east doors?
Yes.
Where was he in relation to Casey Taylor and Hayden Steele when the defendant came in the east doors?
He's again diagonal, maybe 20, as a guess, 20 feet away.
That brings us to this next still photograph. What do we see in this photograph?
So this is the east side of the store. So the red circle indicates that that is where the defendant will be seen. Those are the east doors coming into the store. Along the back wall is customer service. In the yellow is Angela Peacock. Slightly in front of her in the black jacket is Ricky Olds. And to the left of that is Denny Stong. So the cash register numbers are 22 and 21 and 19. Casey Taylor and Hayden Steele were at 17. So it's 2 up from there.
2 up, you mean up in what direction?
2 to the south of where 19 is.
So to the right of where we see 19 in the photo.
Correct.
If you have a good place to stop, you can keep going. Just pick it as we move along for our afternoon break.
Do you have a preference, Your Honor?
You just pick a spot.
Okay, thank you. And what time is it according to the timestamp in this photograph?
2:30:34.
So what does this graphic or animation capture?
So this is going to show the defendant making entry into the store and the location of where everybody is as he makes entry. And this is 1 second before that. So this is 2:30:33.
And who's the first murder victim inside the store?
Ricky Olds.
Where was Ms. Olds when the defendant entered the store on the east side?
She was right near the last check stand for self-checkout. It's like at checkout 22, heading towards the east, excuse me, heading towards the east doors.
And can you describe what happened?
She is walking to the east doors. As she approaches, she kind of does a head tilt, and then the defendant runs in and shoots her.
How far away from Ricky Olds was the defendant?
I would say 10 feet and closing because he ran towards her as he shot.
How long from the time the defendant's inside the east doors to the time that he shoots and kills Ricky Olds?
Approximately 1 second.
Did she have any chance, based on your review at all, to run and hide?
No.
And how many times was she shot?
Once.
And where specifically was she shot?
She was shot in the right side of her chin.
And that's the shot that then exited her body on the backside?
Yes.
And does this animation that I just played capture what you just described?
Yes.
And what do we see happening with the yellow dots now that have moved up on the screen or south in the store?
They're starting to head to the south. People are running at this point.
And how about people on the right-hand side of the screen?
Some people are ducking down. These folks initially kind of duck down. Julie Keaton runs south.
Who's the next murder victim?
Denny Stong.
And where is he on this particular slide?
He's right at the bottom of check stand 19 on the east checkout.
What did this video capture based on your review of it prior to trial?
That shows the defendant making entry into the store, shooting shooting Ricky Olds, and then immediately turning and firing at Denny Stong, who is running westbound.
And is that shown in this animation or graphic?
Yes.
What does this still photograph capture?
This is the muzzle flash as he is firing at Ricky.
And now how are other individuals within the store reacting at this point based on your review of all the video?
People are running, people are scrambling to get away.
What do we see in this?
Left corner is Ricky Olds. In the center, in the yellow jacket, is Angela Peacock. As she starts to run away, she trips and falls, so she's starting to fall there. At the top of the screen, under the timestamp, is Hayden Steele, and to the right of him, still kind of at the check stand, is Casey Taylor.
And you mentioned Ricky Olds. Can you just specify where she could be seen in that photograph?
She's in the bottom left-hand corner.
And that's as she's being shot?
Correct.
I'm going to take a couple minutes with this animation and graphic just to get us oriented. So we have Ricky Olds is now represented by what?
A blue oval.
Which signifies?
She's dead.
And then we have people on the right-hand side of the screen. And going from west to east, can you just walk us through where people are positioned as the defendant shooting east to west?
So west to east, the person furthest west is Jody Waters, and she's at west check stand number 3. Next to her is James Graham. He is also at west self checkout number 3. At west self checkout number 4 are Nick Edwards and Sarah Moonshadow. On aisle 6, Michael Fong has started to run south. At check stand 9 Patrick Cruz is still here. As I said, he will lay down flat and remain in this position. Terry Laker has moved to the west side of the check stand. Kimberly Breakfast and Tasia Beresford are both in this vicinity just above Register 9, and they're going to start heading south. Julie Keaton is also headed south. She's above check stand 10. Kahendra Mala is at Register 12, and he is basically crouched down right at the front of the check stand. He sits and stays there for a minute or two. Lynn Murray is with him. She's also crouched down in this position at this time. Denny Stong has started running westbound, and he is at check stand 15 headed west. Angela Peacock has started running south. Casey Taylor has curled around the front of this check stand, and he takes cover, ducks down in front up here. So at the south of self-checkout 617. And then Hayden Steele has run south on check stand, aisle 12.
Couple of follow-up questions for you. Kahendra Mala, based on your review of the video, what is Kahendra Mala going to be doing in these following seconds and minutes?
He stays here for quite a while, kind of moves around the check stand area, depending on where he's hearing things happening, but eventually he will run down and end up in the chip aisle with Dr. Sheets.
You mentioned James Graham. He's the gentleman who testified last week.
Correct.
And is he depicted in this still photograph?
He is, yes.
And what evidence did you find in the course of the investigation regarding Mr. Graham almost being hit by gunfire?
So he is, based on his interview, talked about hearing glass breaking, and as he is walking out of the store and the shots are being fired from the east to west, the glass for the light above check stand 3, which is right above his head, breaks, and you can see both he and Jody Waters in the film from above, and debris hit the floor.
And did you also find during the course of your review bullet strikes that had narrowly missed each of them?
Yes.
This is a video sequence of him doing what?
He's checking out his ramen.
And what's the next video sequence going to show?
The next video sequence is going to show him walking out. So it's going to start with Jody Waters. It's going to be above check stand 3. Jody Waters walks into frame and then stops. You will see Mr. Graham kind of walk around her, and then the debris, Jody Waters will duck down and you'll see debris hit the ground.
And we know from Mr. Graham that at that point he started running.
Correct.
What was captured there? It was very quick. What was captured there?
You saw just the foot of Mr. Graham run around this or move around this bottom corner of the screen, so the bottom right-hand corner. Near the center of the screen, you see Jody Waters stop and then duck and then move out of the screen, and then you see debris hit the floor after the projectile strikes the light above the checkout.
And you're pointing to a couple of white dots located in the middle of the screen, is that right?
Yes, on the floor.
And is that plastic or glass from those things above the register?
Yes.
Jury will be hearing more about this from another witness, but just to give us a sense of what you were doing to figure out who were the victims of attempted murder, what are we looking at what we have on the screen here?
This is a photo of this west self-checkout. Check stand 1 is on the south end or the left side of the screen. Check stand 2 is near the middle. Check stand 3 is to the also towards the middle. There are impact spots behind the number 3 on the this is the back side of a floral display. So there are impact strikes behind the number 3 on the black surface of the floral display. And then you can see there's some damage on the light for number 3.
And do we see a close-up of that here?
Yes. So number 3, there's the 2 impacts. There's some debris coming from it.
What do we see on this slide, Investigator Cantu?
This is a still frame kind of showing where everyone is before the defendant enters the scene. It's 2:30:25. So it's showing Sarah Moonshadow and Nick Edwards at register 4, James Graham at register 1, Patrick Cruz at number 9. And it's zoomed in so you can't see all the names, but this is Tasia Beresford, that is the cashier at register 9, and Terry Liker, who is the courtesy clerk bagging at register 9.
What does this graphic depict?
This is showing everybody's movements as the defendant enters and starts firing.
And then we have one name that we're seeing for the first time on the graphic on the top right.
In the top right corner is Alon Shakti.
And that's the woman that the jury heard from the other day about falling down.
Correct.
Where is she heading in relation to the west side doors at this point?
She is heading northwest towards the west emergency exit.
What does this still photograph depict?
This depicts the defendant who is in the white circle shooting at Denny Stong, and you can see the muzzle flash. Also, you can see right next to the defendant to the right are the legs of Ricky Olds.
How many times was Denny Stong shot?
3.
After he was initially fired upon by the defendant, what did Denny Stong do?
He dives between 2 check stands. So it's check stand 15 and 14, and then starts trying to crawl away.
What did the defendant do at that point?
He pursues him and shoots him.
We're going to come to that video clip in a moment. Does this graphic demonstrate what's about to happen?
Correct.
As well as the movement of other individuals that we see on the screen there?
Correct.
I'll play the video. From watching this video on many occasions, what did we just see there?
The defendant does a magazine change after coming back out from between the 2 registers. He drops a spent or empty magazine, pulls a full magazine from his vest, and seats it in the weapon.
And where do you see the magazine on the screen?
The empty magazine that he dropped is on the floor here near the bottom of the screen towards the right.
How was the magazine ejected from the gun the defendant was using?
He drops it. There's an eject button.
And then what did he do?
He then pulled a fresh magazine from his vest and then seated it, put it into the weapon.
And I'm going to show you next a video sequence from a different angle that captures the defendant, Denny Stong, okay?
Okay.
What registers are we going to see Denny Stong try to go through?
15, which is on the left, 14, which is on the right, near the middle of the screen.
What's in the white circle there?
That's the defendant pointing his weapon at Denny Stong.
We'll return to another graphic, and I think after this one is a good time to stop, Your Honor.
Very well.
So we're going to return to this after our lunch break, Investigator Cantu, excuse me, but what does this graphic represent?
This is showing the defendant right after he has changed the magazine. Lynn Murray has started, excuse me, Lynn Murray has started running or trying to get away to the west on the south side of the registers. The defendant comes between the two registers and pursues Lynn Murray.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to now recess for lunch. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any outside references, do any internet search on anything or anyone involved in this case. Finally, remember, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Is an hour okay? We're doing all right with an hour? All right. Let's have you back and ready to go. It'll be just a little bit more. Let's do 1:30.
You. Last week, when you and I were talking, do you remember me putting up a video of you and Mr. Zachary, and one or both of you had a gun, and you were saying something like, "We're not going back and forth," and you were talking about Kale in the video.
Right.
All right. When you were, do you remember when it was that you filmed that video? Not posted it, but filmed it.
I don't recall when we filmed it.
Okay. And when you were filming that video, do you remember saying that at any time that it wasn't about a girl?
I don't think we never even mentioned a girl name in the video. So.
Okay. So is it fair to say, or is your testimony that the stuff you said to Kale wasn't about no girl?
I don't recall. I can't say it, bro. I don't recall. Cause you saying what I said, I don't recall because I ain't say nothing about no girl in the video.
That's fair. All right. But do you remember the video?
I remember we made the video, but I don't remember what I said in the video.
Ms. Dyer, are you able to pull up that video? And what number was that? 441. All right. We're going to play 441 for you one more time.
You little strip ass nigga. We ain't really going back to home, no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what we hit. Yeah, fuck you, nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. What, nigga? Whoa. They said I ain't really going back.
Okay. You chuckling.
Cause
now,
it's funny now.
It's funny now?
Yeah, that video.
Now, who other than Kel were you talking to when you said and whoever else?
I just said whoever else.
All right. Now, what were you meaning to tell Kel?
I want them to tell him nothing.
Okay.
I said what I said in the video.
All right. Which was we're not going back.
I ain't going back and forth with him.
All right.
I ain't say them, I said him.
Right. Was he trying to go back and forth with you about something?
If you want to be honest, they were saying that he was looking for me about treatment. So
okay.
That's the whole thing. So when he didn't respond to me when I DM'd him, I made sure he was going to be able to see what I was saying.
Okay. What did you DM Kel?
I don't got no problem with him about no girl.
Okay. And when did to your knowledge, did Kel say something about Mr. Zachary?
I don't know. I can't recall if he said anything about Zachary. I don't know.
Then I'm gonna have to fall to my country roots and ask you what was Mr. Zachary doing up in there with y'all?
I don't know. He was just being silly in the video too. It was all silly. It wasn't in that serious. Cause when I seen Kel, he ain't do nothing to me. And I ain't do nothing to him. So it wasn't that serious.
All right. So for you, putting guns on the internet ain't that serious? Is that fair?
No one was shot. So I don't think it was that serious. The video.
Okay. All right.
You know, I also walk around with guns all day. It ain't that serious.
All right. When you orienting you back to the rodeo tour, not trying to switch up and change you and confuse you.
That was you first screaming, yeah. You went from here to that,
I'm trying to get past it and go
and
fast.
I'm trying to stay focused with you, but you started throwing me off.
All right.
Come on.
When we're talking about the rodeo tour, you said you had to go home, but you were working. Did you have any kind of contractual obligations you had to fulfill before you went home?
He'll let me go home anytime I wanted to, no matter what the contract was. He'll let me go home. If I tell him I want to go home and see my son, he'll be like, he'll let me go home.
All right. And did you have someone to replace you when you went home?
Yes, I was head of security, so that means I only choose the security.
All right.
That don't mean I did security.
All right.
Head of security just mean like I could come say, we're going to get Miss Love, we're going to get him, we're going to get her, we're going to get Mr. Right. And if one of you don't do right, I just say, we'll give him a plane ticket.
Did you have responsibility for sending folks home to act it up on the tour?
No, I don't have responsibility to that.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination, going back to...
Israel.
Thank you. This is Defendant Williams number 255, right?
Yes.
All right. You told Mr. Steele that you had seen that, you recognized that before,
yes.
Right? Where had you seen that?
If I ain't mistaken, man, when it was posted and added, I want to say, man, Mr. Williams was together.
Okay. When it was posted and added, y'all were together?
When the guy added him, me and him was together. Okay. That's why I remember this post. And we were both like, I think he was gonna try to use it in a song or something, but he did. I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with D-Mac, Got Me Too Banging?
I don't know him personally. No, I don't know him.
Now, where was it that you saw it?
I want to say that was Twitter or something at the time, if I'm mistaken.
Now, are you tagged on this tweet too?
No, what are you getting at?
The jury doesn't know, so I'm just asking.
You showed that they presented it, and they see I'm not tagged. I don't know.
So when you say that you and Mr. Williams were together, were you looking at his Twitter account?
Yeah, we were sitting there looking at the phone together.
At Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to pull up what I will mark for you as State's Exhibit number 4. Judge, I'm going to, for the purposes of this question, mark the clip that I'm going to show as State's Exhibit 447. I'm sorry, 449.
Okay.
And it is from 1:03:30 to 1:08:17 of Mr. Sledge's testimony on September 5th, 2024, when I asked about the video of Defendant Williams speaking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama.
September 24th.
Last week.
Oh.
Just last week.
I've been saying.
Yeah. Just take a look at it, if you will.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to give you no hard time.
Thank you for trying not to give me a hard time.
Take a look at it.
My apologies. Yes. Miss Mr. Steele, do you mind coming over to Mr. Knight, Miss Knight, so that she can show you what we're about to show?
Anybody else? Any of the other?
Anybody,
attorneys?
yes. And Judge, so that our record is very clear, it will be 449 Yankee.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for not giving me a hard time.
I don't want to. I just want to get up, get out of here.
All right.
I don't want to give you no hard time.
Is it done? Transfers. Okay. Because I didn't want to play it back. Judge, just so that the court's aware, we're making it available, but we're playing it through the transcript so that the volume isn't overheard by anybody else in the courtroom. And with the court's permission, I'm just going to sit while they're looking. Mr. Session, you whether
No, I'm good.
you know, I may have approached Mr. Steele specifically. I think there's one portion he wanted to have addressed.
Okay. Mr. Steele, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you want to approach about a particular section? I mean, do you want to?
I would like to because he asked for something specific that I would like to.
Oh, okay. All right. Do y'all need a break at all? Okay.
so I told him that I have to wait for the court order. And then we'll see what happens.
Jesus, oh boy. Yeah.
Mr. Sledge, I'm going to put in front of you a portion of your testimony that we have and will mark as 449 Yankee, just for the purposes of the record. And I want you to listen to it. It will be approximately 2 minutes. And after you hear it, would you just tell me if you remember that? I don't want to ask you just straight out, do you remember something, okay?
What time slots do you if you don't mind?
I don't mind, Judge. I'll tell him if you don't. If you give me a second. Hold on. Before you do anything, okay?
Okay.
Judge, that will be from time 1:03, 1:03:30 to 1:08:17. Yes, a little more than 2 minutes. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. Me and my bad man. Can you hear anything? Can you hear anything? Can you hear?
I can't really hear you. It real low. Hold on. It's real low.
Because we can't hear what you hear. Can you hear me?
You try to listen to this and can't you understand what it's saying? Can't understand.
You're right.
I can read. I don't really understand. So be hard for me because I can read words and I don't really understand.
Okay. Try these right here.
Go ahead then. I don't just put anything in my ear.
Judge, may I get some sanitizer?
Oh, right there, nigga.
I'm gonna wipe it up. I'll wipe it up.
I don't want to put nothing in my ear that nobody else. Yeah, do something different. No.
He says that did not work well.
But I don't want to use that though. Yeah, get something there. Yeah. That's perfect. I don't want to wake up my ears broke out.
Right. So
You ain't gonna pay it. You ain't gonna pay that doctor bill. Okay. Right. Me neither. So let's just do it the right way. Yeah.
You can pull them.
Oh, okay.
You tell me. It doesn't matter.
Okay. I just want to make sure I can hear it.
You can? At 108:17, okay. This is 108:17. Yeah, I know, quote me, just stand up while he's listening to us. Stop?
It is on.
Okay. Keep it stop.
I don't remember that. I remember.
You do remember?
Yeah, but you remember you best.
Hold on.
Okay.
We can't talk about that.
Okay. It ain't there, but you can get it. I know what you're talking about.
Just let me stop saying 108. Okay.
You can stop if you want to.
Okay, 108. Just listen to it through 108.
You stop.
I'm gonna let you keep this, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Sledge, having heard what you said when I asked you about states 449 Yankee, do you recall my showing you the video of Defendant Williams looking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall me asking you whether that was your voice in the video?
I told you it sounded like my voice.
And do you recall me pressing you, asking you, was that you?
When you just showed me video, I see now, but that's why when I told you it sounded like me, I thought you just took it as that was me, because I told you it sounded like me, and the only way it can sound like me, I had to be there in the room.
Do you recall telling me that you did not remember being in the room?
I see on the video I did, but like I tell you, you were pressuring me so much that day too. My mind just was everywhere.
And when I asked you if that was you specifically who said snitching bitches,
I said, yes, that was me. That was my voice. Sounded like my voice. That's what I said.
did you ever acknowledge though that that was you in the video?
I said it sounded like my voice, so yes, I acknowledge that with me if I said it would sound like my voice. I ain't say it sounded like Miss Love, and I said it sounded like me, that record, that to me, that's saying it's me.
All right. Do you recall me asking you where you were?
I said, and I told you I didn't remember whose house it was, but I did. I said that sounded like my voice.
Do you recall me asking you who all was in the room?
I don't recall you asking me that. I ain't hear that on that neither.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you the names of anybody else that was there?
Now that I recall, you didn't ask me about nobody. You was on the Pacific asking me about my voice. That's what I remember.
And do you recall at some point telling me, I'm not saying that it's me, I'm just saying it sounds like me, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, I told you it sounded like my voice. That's all I remember telling you. It sounded like my voice. So I know if it sound like my voice, I just thought you, I say, yeah, that's him. He said it sound like your voice.
Do you remember Doug's attorney showing you the same video a day later?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you, was that you in the video?
Yes.
Do you remember telling him, yes, that is you in the video?
Yes, because I had the day to think about it, and then I was like, yeah, when I was still planning in my mind when you showed it to me, and then I thought about it, I was like, yeah, that is me in the video saying it. It's my voice.
Is that the video that you were thinking of when you were talking to me back in June with your attorney, Lieutenant Lancico, and myself out in Fayette?
I don't even remember you asking me about that video, Ms. Love.
Do you remember me telling you on direct or asking you on direct about a video where I asked you if you had seen or did you know the video where they say you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and you said that wasn't me?
No, I remember telling you I didn't see me in the video. I seen Mr. William in the video, but I don't recall the statement you make.
Thank you. And do you recall me asking you then, where had you seen that video before we met in Fayette?
I don't recall, but I just heard it. Something about you asked me that. And I told you I seen it before time and I seen it recently.
Now, between the time I showed it to you, and so what happened that made your memory precise about not just the fact that it was you, but where exactly it was shot? I'll clear it up. Bad question. Do you remember telling Mr. Steele where that video was taken?
I don't recall Mr. Steele even asking me where it was taken. I don't even recall him asking me that.
Your Honor, can I object at this point, 403?
We've all heard the testimony, so whether he remembers it or not at this point's not really the issue. Can you just ask the questions you intended
Sure,
to
Your
ask
Honor.
him?
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, why did you remember who all was in the room when the video was shot, when Mr. Steele asked you the question?
I just told you when you asked me, I didn't remember. But when I left that day and I thought about the video, and then I realized everybody's voice who was in the video.
Okay. And what about the time or the date that the video was shot? What did you remember that too after you left?
He showed me the date of the video he had, and then I remember there was a repost, different date. I don't remember the date of the repost, but I knew where he cross-examined me on, I knew the answer to that question.
And do you remember me asking you about what what you understood Defendant Williams to be talking about when he said they lied to their mama, they lied to their sister and all that stuff? Do you remember me asking about that?
No, I don't remember you asking me that.
At any point, having heard the video again today, did you hear anybody reference lying in the courtroom on that video?
Yes.
You heard somebody say something about lying in the courtroom?
Oh, no. You said lying in the courtroom?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if I just heard that, Ms. Love, to be honest with you. But I think I did. I'm not mistaken. If you got anything, just show it to me.
Your Honor, state request permission to play against states 447 Yankee.
That's
the video itself.
Okay. All right.
And so even hearing it just now, you didn't remember, right?
No, if you show me again, like that part.
Okay, don't worry about the earphones. We're gonna put it up on the big screen.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and why I said.
I don't hear it say lying in the courtroom though.
All right. So when you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele if that video talked about lying in the courtroom and you said, yeah, was that a mistake?
Yeah, that was a mistake. Cause I didn't say lie. It didn't say lie in the courtroom. The voice didn't say lie in the courtroom.
Okay. What did you understand it to be saying?
What he said or what in the video it said?
The video.
It's I'm allowing God.
Okay. And when Thug is talking, what is he talking about doing in the courtroom? Telling the God's honest truth?
Yes.
All right. And after Mr. Williams says, and you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, you need to get killed, bro. That's from me as YSL. Since you realize now that that is your voice, would you tell the jury why you say snitch and bitch?
Because snitch is a liar to me.
Okay. Did you just not say that he said you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth?
Well, I'm in the courtroom telling the God honest truth. So whatever he said, what he said.
Okay. So when he's talking about telling the God's honest truth in the courtroom, why do you follow that up with snitch and bitch?
I just said something. There wasn't no reason to following it up.
Do you consider a person who does get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth on their friends snitching bitches?
No.
All right. All right. You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele about a meeting that you had with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me out in Fayette County.
Yeah.
Call that?
Yes.
Did you let Mr. Steele know before we met that we were actually going to have the meeting?
Did I let Mr. Steele know?
Yeah.
No, I hadn't talked to Mr. Steele before that.
All right. Did you let anyone at his office know that we were going to have that meeting?
No.
And afterwards, did you let him know that we had just had it?
Could you be more direct? What you trying to say?
Only what I'm asking.
You said, did I do what?
Did you let Mr. Steele know that we had just had that meeting?
When? After we had the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you ever let me know that you had that Zoom call with Mr. Steele?
No, I ain't. Because my lawyer put the Zoom call together. I didn't put it together.
Okay.
Mr. Steele didn't call my phone himself and say, Mr. Sledge, what's going on? No.
Okay.
My attorney was on the Zoom call.
Okay. And on the Zoom call, or rather last week, Mr. Steele asked you very pointedly, if you recall, do you remember Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love, or did you tell Miss Love that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I said that to you and Mr. Steele.
Do you recall Mr. Steele
asking me that?
you
Yes,
that?
yes.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love tell you, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I wouldn't say it was said like that.
Hold on a minute. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes, yes.
And do you recall telling him, yes, Miss Love told me do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged me to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't say it at the meeting June 9th. You didn't say it that way. But when I brought it to your attention that Mr. Williams told me to take me and Kenneth Copeland to the police station, your exact words to me, I don't want you to say that, and I will not be asking you that question.
So, at what point did I tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't use the word jury, but that's the way I took it because from my understanding of this process that I would be speaking to the jury to try to prove the facts to the jury, and I just thought I should come in and tell my truth.
When your lawyer and you, Lieutenant Lancico, and I sat outside that coffee shop, were you in any kind of handcuffs?
No.
Did you come on your own?
I came with my lawyer.
Did you leave on your own with your lawyer?
Yes.
All right. And did anybody try to read you any kind of rights or anything like that?
No, you know that. I would have been in
But the
jail.
jury doesn't know that, okay?
Right.
So, did you feel free to say whatever you wanted to say?
I just told you, I said what I said, free, yeah.
All right.
I was free to say what I wanted to say.
Okay. So, during that conversation, were you encouraged to come into the courtroom and simply tell the truth?
Yes.
Were you encouraged to simply tell the truth by me?
You said it out your mouth that you wanted me to come here and tell the truth, but you said it out your mouth.
Were you encouraged to tell the truth in front of Lieutenant Lancico and me by your attorney?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, did your attorney tell you to act as if any question the state asks you, they already know the answer? So don't try to finagle anything. Tell them the truth.
I don't recall him saying that in the meeting.
I hate to use this, I'm not being blasphemous, but did your attorney tell you to pretend like the state is God and they know everything?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay.
I know that. You heard me.
All right. Do you,
Come
do
on.
you remember me asking you about the
Going too far
video?
again.
Do you remember me asking you about the video and you're denying being in a video where you say you lie to your kids?
I never denied the video. I said you don't see me in the video. They're my exact words.
Right.
That ain't denying the video.
Okay. And do you remember after that I said, I've seen a video with you in it?
You said you seen the video with me, and I said you didn't see no video with me in it.
And do you remember me saying, yes, I have?
But
and you kind of smiled.
At the time, you were referring to the video that Mr. William posted, not the video that I posted. Because if you would have said the video that you posted, Mr. Sledge, I would have said, yeah, that's me in that video.
Mr. Sledge, did I make reference to whose video it was? Or did I just ask you about
I
the
think
video?
you made, to me, I thought you, when you brought up the video with Jeffrey in it at first, then you brought up another one. You brought the video up of Jeffrey.
Okay.
Because I told you that wasn't me. And I said you didn't see me in no video.
Okay, no problem. Now, on direct examination, do you remember as you sit here today, me asking you whether Mr. Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
In this courtroom?
In this courtroom.
Yeah, you asked me the question. I figured you asked me the question because my lawyer called me and asked me, what did you, Miss Love, say to you and at me? So then when you told me at the meeting, you wasn't going to ask me the question, but then you get in the courtroom and ask me the question.
So.
That's what happened.
Okay. So was it that I'm not going to ask you that, or did I tell you not to tell the jury that?
You said how I took it.
Not how you took it. I just need to know my words. John,
It's non-responsive. Ask your next question.
my words only. Did I ever tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station? Did I ever tell you that?
You just said you didn't want me to say that.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony that I said, I don't want you to say that, or I'm not going to ask you that?
Both of them.
Overruled. We don't really have a clear answer.
All right. And it's your testimony that your lawyer and Lieutenant Lansico were still right there when I said these words that you heard?
Yes, so I wouldn't have said it.
All right. And based on what you just testified to the jury, you gleaned from that I didn't want you to tell the jury.
I never used the word tell the jury. I just said exactly what you said to me. I say, Miss Love told me that she didn't want me to say that, and she wasn't going to ask me that question.
Okay, so then your memory is not, you don't remember telling Mr. Steele, you do not remember asking Mr. Steele saying, did Miss Love tell you do not tell the jury?
If he said jury, I forgot I made a mistake, and I should have corrected Mr. Steele if he said jury. But I'm telling you what you said to me and to me. I ain't saying you said don't tell it to the jury. But that's the way I took it too, because that's who I'm supposed to be talking to, right? Telling the truth to, right?
Right.
Okay, so in my way, not the lawful way, that's the way I took it. Because if somebody tell me, oh, I don't want you to tell my girlfriend this, I'm going to take it this. You feel what I'm saying? You don't want me to tell the truth.
Okay. So, all right. We're going. So were you surprised when I asked you, did he encourage you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station if you thought I didn't want you to tell the jury? I'm exploring what he said his understanding was.
Overruled.
So were you? When I asked you that question, were you surprised given that you thought I didn't want you to talk about it?
I don't know. I can't recall. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Now, on cross-examination, did you tell Mr. Shart that you didn't feel like you could go to trial, or you didn't have the ability to go to trial?
I said I couldn't afford to go to trial.
Okay.
That's the question he asked me. He didn't say the ability. He said afford.
All right. And that's the reason that you answered yes to all the questions that you answered yes to on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee and 1AS?
I don't recall.
Having had time to think about it now, Do you remember and realize that your sentencing acknowledgments placed you in peril of probation revocation if you testified inconsistently with something you said was true during your plea agreement?
I don't think I testified nothing that wasn't true today, if I recall.
Do you remember testifying on last week when I asked you specifically about portions of what you agreed to, and for you to tell me if any part of it you're now testifying is false, to label it false, and if any part of it, if it's all true, to tell me it's true? Do you remember me having that conversation with you?
I remember the conversation, but you had put so much on, I don't even recall what went on.
Do you remember me putting in front of you State's Exhibit 447Y? And
Yes.
I object. I'd like a new question.
What? You'd like a new question?
Rather than if you remember me doing this.
Oh, okay. Right. Whether he remembers it or not is not really the relevant matter.
Oh, God.
All right. Did you testify that
I never said
number?
Not
I'll
highlighted.
give you the number.
All right.
Did you testify that number? I took it already. I put it back. This is it. One is. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, the second part. Did you testify that, looking at this, at State's Exhibit 1AS, did you testify that number 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgments is not entirely true?
No, I didn't say it was not entirely true. I think I remember I said the part of the support of YSL, and you put Care as a rival gang member. I told you I didn't even know he was their gang at the time. And if I made a mistake anywhere else, I made a mistake.
All right. Do you remember me putting, now I have to ask, do you remember, Your Honor? Do you remember me putting State's Exhibit 444Y in front of you?
I remember you putting all these papers in front of me, but I don't, like.
Do you remember me asking you to go over each number, and if one of it is true or one of it?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you remember me asking you that if all of the statement is true, to tell me and label it true, but that if any of it is not true, to call it false? Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, Ms. Love. Like I told you, you've been confusing me for so many days. You've been confusing me since I've been on this stand. So I don't know, like now, you jump from one thing to another thing. My brain don't move as fast as probably yours. I might don't learn as quick as you do. So I don't remember all this stuff. You putting all these papers in front of me ain't gonna make me remember.
Okay. All right.
So whatever you trying to get to.
All right. We're just getting to the questions. So we'll take it slow.
I don't remember.
All right. 1AS, that is the document you signed, right?
Yeah.
All right. On 1AS.
I don't want us to go over the whole direct examination.
I'm not.
This is supposed to be redirect.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm specifically asking questions that are related to what the witness responded to on cross. So on cross-examination, the witness was asked whether he was allowed to craft this, whether they were his words, whether he understood them, whether he felt compelled to.
I recall.
And so what I'm asking now, and he was also asked on cross whether he felt between a rock and a hard place.
I already answered that question.
So what is it that you want to ask him?
I believe that he testified on cross that one part was feeling between the state and the other was Fulton County Jail or going back to jail. So I'm asking him about his sentencing acknowledgments and what he has stated or agreed to within the sentencing acknowledgments and how that squares with his rock and hard place on December 28, 2022.
Okay, and ask him that, how those acknowledgments square with his rock and a hard place.
I don't think that's going to get a quick answer, but I'll ask. Okay, so Mr. Sledge, how do your sentencing acknowledgments square with, do you understand
Now
that you said?
Now you thinking this stuff funny.
No, sir, I don't. Mm-mm.
You do.
Do you
laughing,
understand?
Cause I know your question ain't funny.
It is not.
So what you laughing for?
Mr. Sledge, do you recall stating in your sentencing acknowledgments?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, you have the paper in front of you. Would you please look at it to refresh your memory?
It still don't refresh my memory.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 1AS as evidence of a prior past recollection recorded. Yes, it was, and it was agreed to.
I object as well, Your Honor. This is not past recollection recorded, and past recollection recorded does not come into evidence. I have to get you the code section.
You're right, it doesn't. He read it into the record.
That's exactly right.
We already read it into the record, though, and not we, but you. You already read it into the record once.
Your Honor, I'm asking, all right, fine. Mr. Sledge, do you understand that you agreed that if you fail or refuse to testify to any fact that you acknowledged in this plea agreement, that such failure or refusal nullified any promise by the DA to no cross count 30 of the indictment?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. And we've already established that he adopted all of those things. So
understanding that as of last week, you understood the sentencing acknowledgments, it did not place you in what you called between a rock and a hard place with Mr. Sharp, as far as coming in here and testifying to something different than what you put in the factual acknowledgments.
I can, from my understanding, I would be able to explain the things that you wouldn't change.
Mm-hmm.
That was from my understanding.
Okay.
So now I'm in here testifying my truth and not what you put on paper and your answer. These is not my answers on this paperwork. Yeah, I did sign it, but if you would have came to me personally, like I think you should have did, and asked me this yourself, I would have told you no.
Did you testify that lay low were my words and not yours when I asked you on direct examination about defendant Williams giving YSL members money to lay low after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
When you asked me at that meeting, I told you he couldn't have gave YSL money to lay low because I'm the only one that stayed in Atlanta. No. I told you he gave me money to get out of harm's way. I borrowed $300.
I'm talking about in court last week. Do you remember saying, I didn't say lay low, those were your words?
Them is your word. I didn't say lay low. That was already on this paper. I never used the word lay low to you not one time. All this stuff that you trying to say, it was already on the paper. You changed certain things and then we agreed, and then I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even want to say that. I got another paper that's saying you changed number 8. It went from one thing to another thing. You don't want to red flag that?
No, I do. Actually.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Because you changed the personal knowledge and I ain't changed it.
Thank you for that.
I would have never said yes to that. When I got to the last paperwork, I thought we had an understanding of what the emails my lawyer sent you.
So do you now remember getting multiple versions of states 444Y that was changed at your request?
Not all of it.
Okay. Well, let's just show you. And you tell me which ones you remember.
Sure, it ain't gonna make me remember none of this stuff.
Okay.
I ain't gonna remember none.
So, do you remember asking the state to change more than one thing on the factual acknowledgement?
A lot of times.
Do you remember the state making changes at your request?
I don't really know because I seen something different today that it wasn't what I thought it was the day I agreed.
Do you remember last week testifying that you hadn't seen any other document besides the one you signed?
I just seen them today.
Okay.
I didn't see it. My lawyer was just coming, asking me, and I guess he thought the questions was gonna be changed, and I don't know. I don't think they was changed.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. Since you won't remember, that's fine. When you were asked by Mr. Shart about April 28th, 2015, Jeffrey Williams, he only asked you whether Jeffrey Williams was with you in addition to you and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. Is that right? Is my memory correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you feel on December 28th, 2022, as able as you have felt in this courtroom this week and last week to tell the judge when you needed to do something like talk to your attorney? Did you feel as free to talk to your attorney or ask for requests to speak to your attorney then?
I don't recall.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Is there any portion of what the jury saw in your December 28, 2022 testimony where you halted the proceedings? Well, what wasn't seen? Did you ever halt the proceedings on December 28, 2022 to ask to speak to your attorney?
I don't even know the word you just used.
Did you ever stop and say, Judge, can I talk to my lawyer like you have today and last week?
Like I told you earlier, I ain't sitting over there. I'm sitting up here supposed to be telling my truth. And it's like you're not accepting my truth. I wasn't sitting over there in County Blues. I was sitting over there in County Blues. I'm in the free world. So it's like I couldn't stop and say that over there.
Why couldn't you?
Because I don't understand that. But once I got up there, I thought I could. Because you told me that. You said, anything you don't understand, you didn't tell me that December the 28th, right?
Did your lawyer?
No. My lawyer didn't tell me to stop neither.
So sitting next to your lawyer, did you
My
ask
lawyer-
him questions? Not
I would-
talking about what they were, but did you ask him questions at the table?
Once
I would ask the witness to be allowed to answer the questions.
Judge, I'm not asking him what was said. I'm asking him,
It's the province of the what? Oh, no, that doesn't. Overruled.
sitting at the table next to the lawyer you had known for 15 years, were you able to ask him questions?
I probably could have, but I didn't.
And in the back, when you were with the lawyer you've known for 15 years, did you ask him questions?
Yeah, I told him.
Well, if he wants to share it, it's his to share.
I don't want to. I don't want to share it. Okay, I don't want.
Specific about what you and your.
I don't want to share it. Then.
And I'm not asking you what. I'm
I
asking
don't
you,
want.
did you?
She just said I had to share it, man.
She said you didn't have to share the content. I'm asking
But I
you.
don't want to share it. I don't recall.
I'm asking you, did you ask?
I don't
The lawyer-
recall. I don't recall. Here you go.
Are you saying that now because you're just frustrated?
Here you go again. Here you go again. Here you go again.
Whether it's a question or asking for the state,
That's it.
still trying to get information that is the subject matter of an attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I disagree. The question was, were you able to ask him questions in the back? And frankly, he answered it. Okay. Before he didn't recall, so.
Thank you, Judge. All right. When you left court last week, did you wipe your nose at the jury?
What you mean?
Did you wipe your nose at the jury?
Yeah, when you asked me to do it.
I mean, when you got off the stand.
No.
Okay.
I wipe my nose at the jury.
All right.
See, she going too far.
Until there's an objection, they just ask questions. But all these are capable lawyers, as is your lawyer. So
Yeah, but she,
I just call the balls and strikes.
you silly.
All right.
I swear you is.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
She's silly.
I think she's almost done.
Yeah, I hope so. Before I go back left. Cause I don't mind going left.
What do you mean when you say go back left?
Arguing back and forth with you.
Okay.
You just being petty now.
All right. You felt differently on December 28th, 2022.
You would have changed everything I want you to change. I probably wouldn't even be going through it. You probably wouldn't have gave me the deal. If you'd have came and asked me. Oh man, I'm sick of her, man.
I don't want to make you sick.
Well, let me take
Who are
a
you
break.
talking to right now?
Can I take a break?
Hang on just a second. Are you almost done? Because
I'm wrapping
there are
up.
some people who need a restroom break.
Could we just give them that break,
I
Your
need
Honor,
one
and I'll
back.
make sure that I'm on.
Give them the, yes, let's take a break right now. All right, we'll be in recess.
And is that the video sequence that you just described in which Lynn Murray and then Terry Leiker are shot and killed?
Yes,
And Sarah Moonshadow and Nick Edwards run out of the store?
correct.
And what way did they run?
They ran northwest, which would be to the bottom right corner of the screen.
What does this picture show?
So at the very top of the screen behind the bananas, in the white circle, you can see the defendant aiming his weapon down at Lynn Murray, who is laying down, and he is pointing the weapon at her.
And where are Sarah Moonshadow and Nick Edwards at this point?
Sarah Moonshadow is already out of this view. Nick Edwards is about the center of the west self-checkout, starting to run out.
What is depicted in this graphic?
This is Kahendra Mala on the left side of the screen at check stand 12, Patrick Cruz at check stand 9, Terry Leiker and Lynn Murray, who have been shot and killed at the end of check stand 8, 9, and around near the area of self-checkout. The purple dot is the defendant. Jody Waters has kind of scooted around from the top of the main east-west aisle and is hiding under register 4. And Nick Edwards is in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, about to run out of the store.
From watching the video and going through all the evidence, did it appear the defendant saw Nick Edwards and Sarah Moonshadow running away?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do then?
He shot in their direction and then started to run after them.
Until what?
Until he saw Jody Waters.
And what does this depict?
This depicts him killing Jody Waters.
And do we have video of that?
Yes.
How many times was Jody Waters shot?
She was shot 4 times.
What was she doing at that point?
She was hiding under register 4.
All right, let's take a step back. We have on the right-hand side of the screen, looks like the still photo that we were just looking at.
Correct.
And to get the jury oriented, what are we seeing on the left-hand side of the screen now?
So the left-hand side of the screen is a pulled out overhead diagram of the scene showing from the west checkout, all of the aisles toward the south of the store and all of the aisles to the east.
Approximately what time was Jody Waters shot and killed?
2:31:03.
2:31:03?
Yes.
How much time has passed between the first shots at Nevin Stanisic to the 8th victim, Ms. Waters, being shot multiple times and killed?
69 seconds.
How long did it take him to kill Lynn, Terry, and Jody, who were all grouped in the same area?
8 seconds.
We see a couple of yellow dots in the screen on the left there. Investigator Cantu, who do those represent at this point?
So the yellow dot towards the front of aisle 17 is Casey Taylor. Kahendra Mala is still at check stand 12, and Patrick Cruz is still at check stand 9.
And from watching the video and going through the crime scene analysis, how did it appear that the victims were killed? In other words, any common factors between the victims?
Most of them were in his line of sight. They were trying to get away. He pursued them and shot them until they stopped moving.
Were there any individuals that the defendant saw and declined to shoot at?
Yes.
And who were those?
Paul Roeder and Clint Ponsford.
Okay, we'll go through each of those in order, okay?
Okay.
After killing Jody Waters, as depicted on the right-hand side of the screen there, where did the defendant go?
So he starts to head down aisle 5, which is, he goes around Lynn Murray's body, takes a couple of steps down aisle 5, and then he comes back to the north, and then again goes around Lynn Murray's body and heads to the east along this main east-west aisle.
This is my hack for working smart, Money.com. Let me show you how I use Money.com to create a tailor-made workflow. First, the most comfortable way for me to look at a board is as a table. What's most important to me is to see all of the team's projects, so I add them to the board, just like this. Now, I work with a lot of files, so I add a files column right here. And of course, the status. It's super custom.
He walks past Kahendra Mala. Clint Ponsford, who is right now outside of the store in the roadway at the crosswalk here, he will make entry and he will be at the east entrance as the defendant is passing the east entrance. And then Paul Roeder, who is in the upper left corner, who's the green dot at aisle 17 near the south side of the aisle. He will pass him and he will encounter him on aisle 17.
And let's take a step back. How'd you first identify and come to interview Mr. Roeder?
We watched all of the footage. We saw that he was in the store for quite a while. I actually watched the footage frame by frame following him out of the store. I know that he had contact with law enforcement, so I watched body cam footage, and I saw that in the overhead video, he got into a red car on the west side of the store. So I watched body cam footage frame by frame by frame and caught a partial license plate for him. I started researching that, was able to locate Mr. Roeder with that vehicle in the neighborhood. And I called him after that.
And did you have the opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
And while all this was happening, everything you've just described for the jury, what was his understanding or perception?
He was unaware of what was going on around him.
And was he continuing to shop?
He continued to shop.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about Clint Ponsford, please?
Clint Ponsford is a courtesy clerk for King Soopers. He was in the parking lot getting carts. He comes into the store and he ends up right there at the east entrance by Ricky Old's body.
What was the defendant appearing to do at this time where he's moving from west to east along the aisles?
He's looking for people.
And how'd you make that determination?
As he's walking, he's looking up and down the aisles as he's passing them.
What do we see here?
So this is the defendant who starts to go down aisle 5. He then keeps going east. The yellow dot moving near the upper part of the screen on aisle 17 is Casey Taylor. And then the defendant, this is now going to zoom in on the defendant as he approaches the east side entrance as Clint Ponsford walks in the store.
So just to break that down a little bit with what we have on the screen now, where is Mr. Ponsford on the left-hand graphic?
He's the light green dot just inside the east entrance. So on the graphic about mid-screen near the bottom.
Where is the defendant on the graphic?
He's about mid-screen in the center of the screen.
From reviewing the video that's depicted on the top right-hand corner of the screen, what did you see the defendant doing in relation to Mr. Ponsford in the east side doors?
He turns his head and looks at Mr. Ponsford as Mr. Ponsford walks in the door.
And what do we see in the bottom right-hand corner?
Mr. Ponsford has walked in and is looking at Ricky Old's body.
And who was Mr. Ponsford dating at this point in time?
Terry Liker.
What does this screen show us?
So this is again, on the left is the diagram showing Clint just before he walks in the store, shows the defendant as he is walking eastbound down that main east-west aisle. And on the right are their surveillance videos showing that same thing. So on the top frame is the defendant in the white circle walking east along that aisle. And on the bottom is Clint, who is in the orange traffic vest, walking into the store.
And is this video of what you just described?
Yes.
And what does the defendant do after seeing Clint Ponsford?
He just keeps walking.
What does Mr. Ponsford do?
He looks at Ricky for a few minutes. He walks back out into the vestibule. he seems kind of confused. He's in and out of the store at that point
Confused by what?
by what's happening.
And Mr. Roeder, you mentioned already, is up in one of those aisles. What aisle was he in?
He was in aisle 17.
How old was Mr. Roeder at that point?
He was 90.
And without getting into the detail, are you aware that since this mass shooting, Mr. Roeder has passed away due to natural causes not related to the incident?
Correct.
How many times did the defendant and Mr. Roeder cross paths that day?
I believe it was 3 times total.
And can you just describe those for the jury, please?
Sure. So at this point, he's about to approach the defendant is about to approach aisle 17. Mr. Ponsford is closer to the south end of the aisle, so the back of the store. The defendant is at the front of the store. As the defendant passes, he kind of stops, take a step in towards aisle 17, raises the rifle and aims down the aisle at Mr. Ponsford. After a second or just a moment, he drops the rifle without firing and continues eastbound through that aisle. Gets about to aisle 19, and then he turns around and he comes back along that main east-west aisle. He again passes aisle 17, but he doesn't look down the aisle at Mr. Roeder. He then wanders around the store a little bit more, and later in the event, Mr. Roeder, as I said, continues his shopping and he brings his cart to the front to check out, and the defendant crosses paths with him again later in the event.
So a couple follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
When you were describing the defendant pointing his rifle down the aisle,
Yes.
you said it was at Mr. Ponsford.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. There's a lot of names.
Yes.
Were you referring to Mr. Roeder?
Correct. He was down aisle 17 where Mr. Roeder was shopping.
And you could see on the video, the defendant points his rifle at Mr. Roeder.
Correct.
And then put it down to his side and continue on.
Correct.
And Mr. Roeder then continues shopping.
Correct.
And just to make sure we have our colors correct, Mr. Ponsford is a yellow on this screen, but he should actually be a lime green because he's not a attempted murder victim. Am I right?
That's correct.
And then here we have another screen, and this is Mr. Ponsford in the lime green, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see in this still photograph from 2/31/29?
So this is zoomed in of that camera showing the defendant that was as he walked across the main east-west aisle, and his head is turned toward the east entrance door.
Facing towards whom?
Mr. Ponsford.
And what does this graphic show at that moment in time?
It shows that so Mr. Ponsford is still down by Ricky Old's body. The defendant continues still looking in the direction of the north end of the store, so the front of the store, as he continues to the east at aisle 16.
So is this actually the second time that he's passing by Mr. Ponsford?
I think this is still the first time as he goes by.
Okay.
Because he's beyond.
And does this depict what you said about the defendant's encounter with Mr. Roeder?
Yes.
And from watching the video many times, what did you see the defendant doing at the end of that aisle at that point?
So as he passes aisle 17, he brings the rifle up to his shoulder. As I said, he takes about a step or two towards the aisle, doesn't actually enter aisle 17, but as he raises that rifle, he moves toward the aisle and aims down the aisle where Mr. Roeder is just shopping.
And does not take the shot.
Correct.
What are we looking at here, Investigator Cantu?
So this is a zoomed in photo of the defendant taking that step towards the aisle where he's about to raise the rifle and aim down there.
At whom?
Mr. Roeder.
What do we see in this graphic?
So in this graphic, he's going to continue beyond aisle 17. So on the graphic, you will see him, the dot continue beyond 17 as Mr. Roeder's dot continues moving to the north towards the bottom of the screen. The defendant in the image on the upper right-hand side shows him dropping the weapon and continuing moving to the east. In the bottom surveillance footage, this is from the south end pointed north, and it's where the defendant walks across the front, aims, and then continues to the east. So in the bottom video, east is to the right.
Your Honor, can the parties approach for just a minute, and I apologize?
Yes, ma'am. All right, we're going to take a short recess, about 15 minutes. Just going to remind you of the admonition. Don't talk to anyone, don't form an opinion. I know you're going back to the jury room. So I'll see you back here at about 2:15. Rise for the